Testing, testing, testing. Should be live. Hello, hello. Are we live? Testing, testing. I think we are. Well, you guys are just tuning in. We do have a tornado warning here in Kentucky. That's going to be for Ingleside, Keville there into Kentucky, and then also parts of southern Illinois are in this tornado warning as well. We're talking about Joppa, Metropolis, and over there near Brookport as well. Round Knob, Midway, Lewis Corner, and Temple Hill are also in this tornado warning, and you guys need to be going into your safe spots right now. Here is our area of rotation right there near Raglan. Just going over Raglan right now. As of currently, I'm not seeing a definite debris signature, but there is enough rotation there to definitely be in your safe spots. And again, your safe spot is the lowest, most interior portion of your house. As many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. Again, this is a tornado warning out here for parts of Kentucky and southern Illinois. If we zoom out, you can kind of see a little bit better on where this tornado warning is currently at. So again, areas that need to be in their safe spots is Ingleside, Keville, Metropolis, Joppa, Brookport, over there near Round Knob, Midway, Lewis Corner, and Temple Hill. All need to be in their safe spots, and we are waiting on our latest data to come here from our radar. It scans about once every 3 to 5 minutes, so we should get some new scans here momentarily. But yeah, welcome everybody. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully, we're not talking about anything too crazy today, but obviously we already have a tornado warning. We've had a couple of tornado warnings today already, so yeah. Let me, those were earlier in the day. I was not ready to go live then, by the way. Let me get this set up here. Welcome, welcome. That to there should be good, and then move this up to here. There we go. I felt like I was just in a tornado. I had to pull over and put emergency brake. Yeah, you know, some portions of these lines are pretty intense in terms of the wind, and we are starting to see a couple more areas of rotation. This is not the only one. We have some broader circulations down here to the west of Clinton and Bardwell. Another one over here south of Wickliffe, and then further up to the north. We also have a couple of areas of circulations, one under here near Simpson and another one right there. You can also maybe classify this one further up to the north as a circulation as well. And pretty much what's going on, it's pretty interesting environment. Not something that you see every day, but since we have such a strong lower level jet in this area, we really don't have any instability whatsoever. But when you have a very strong low level jet and a lot of storm relative helicity, that can act as its own source of buoyancy. So what we're getting here is kind of a low cape environment or a low storm energy environment with that buoyancy getting replaced by just how strong our lower level jet is in this area. If I come over here to our meso analysis, and just kind of look at this area and turn on the let me go to the wind shear and the storm relative helicity. Not that. What am I going to be looking for? Lower level shear. That's what I want to look at. And the lower level shear, we are sitting at around 50 to 60 knots. 50 to 60 knots. Surprisingly, though, the storm relative helicity is really not too high. So it's really just the stronger lower level jet is really allowing some of these cells to try to rotate. You can see here we do still have an area of rotation on our latest radar scan here. Again, this is just north of Rossington, Kentucky. We are here right on the border of Illinois and Kentucky, and our storm is continuing to push off to the right, eventually going to be making its way into Highway 24 here that kind of stretches out of Kentucky into southern Illinois itself. Let me also get my music here. Music going. There we go. Hello, hello. We got a CC drop. Let me check it out. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell if that is anything tornadic or not. We are kind of past that point, though, of where these are leaf signals. That could be something, or it could just be some radar glitchiness. Let me check some of our previous frames here. I'm not really seeing much that sticks out. Should be like right in this area. If this out here is in the clearing, you can maybe say that that could be a brief tornado there, but it's kind of hard to tell. The rotation data there isn't very strong. Second tornado warning of the day. You're right in the middle of this, watching outside. Yeah, just make sure you're in your safe spots. Not necessarily looking outside. It's probably not the best thing to do. Is Oak Grove, Kentucky gonna be okay? Let me see where Oak Grove is. Yeah, you guys should be fine. This is to the north of you. One of the things, though, that could happen is that we could see some more, robust circulations develop down here. There are some indications here that this could eventually be a problem down here. But again, nothing too tight in terms of rotation down here yet. And that would eventually track towards like Benton, Cadiz, Hopkinsville. But we're really not expecting this to last all day. And there also could be a little bit of a tornado threat further down to the south. We are also monitoring over here into Mississippi, where we do have some storms firing up here. We actually have a little bit more instability down here than we previously thought we were going to get. And it was only kind of the HRRR model that caught on to that. And really not a whole lot of other models caught on to really much instability down here at all. The shear is a little bit not as veered down here, but there is a little area here of 200 SRH kind of right here in this area, right to the north of where our strongest instability is. So will it be enough lower level shear to kind of do what we're seeing up here? Probably not. But, there is a non-zero chance that we could get a brief tornado, into parts of Mississippi or maybe into like northern Alabama. So folks out there should be paying attention to this line of storms just in case. Again, it's a pretty low chance, but not technically 0%. Is this near Ohio at all as you live on the Kentucky Ohio border? No, not yet. This line will eventually make it up there, but by the nighttime hours, really not expecting that tornadic activity to continue. Let me come over here and see if I have any cameras near this area here. There does appear to be a radar Omega camera like right in the path of this. Let me see if I can use that. Let's see. General. How do I turn on cyclone port again? There it is. That. What is this? Powered by. Oh yeah, this is an EMA camera. We can definitely use this one. Unfortunately, I cannot click on it on my program. Let me see if I can just like zoom all the way in. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna have to get that just straight from Radar Omega itself. So let me go ahead and just come over here, and then so that'd be like right here, just north of Paducah. Let me hide my camera to get out of y'all's way here as we try to figure out what this storm is doing. I think this is the right one. Let me just double check. Where's Paducah? Yeah, just north of Paducah. So yeah, I mean, this is the line of storms. I'm not really noticing anything too crazy yet. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's a glitch. Happens when there is a camera / chaser is under the alert. Yeah. Yeah, I could technically fix that if I wanted to. Probably in a couple minutes, but I'm not going to do it live on stream. Yeah, this is what it looks like. This is what that tornado warning looks like. Let's come back over to here really quick, and then let me bring back up my video device here. So here's our latest And if you're just tuning in, we do have a tornado warning here, crossing over the border here of Kentucky, now about to be into Illinois. We're monitoring this area of rotation right there, just on the border, heading up kind of just into northern Metropolis. And eventually this is going to be making its way towards Midway and Lewis Corner. So definitely would be in your safe spots as this approaches. In terms of analysis on how strong our rotation is right now, it's not as strong as it was, but we're also a lot closer to our radar. So we're probably not getting as clean of an image out of our storm and out of our radar because of that factor that we're a little bit too close there. So we might have to wait until this unfortunately passes north of Metropolis to really get a clean image. But generally there is still rotation there. I would still be taking this seriously and continuing to be in your safe spots. The cold front, yeah. If we come over here to the composite, you can really see how long this cold front really stretches down from northern Indiana down all the way into Arkansas. You see, we got part of the line up here that's going to be going into like Noblesville, over there near Indianapolis, Greenwood, also Bloomfield and Cities, Princeton, Evansville is about to get impacted by this line of storms. It should mainly be thunderstorms. Not really expecting, all heck to break loose with tons of rotations everywhere. But I do think, in and along this line, especially where the shear is the highest, we could get a couple of instances of some rotation. Can I check Hickman, Kentucky in areas north of Wait, hold on. What? Can I check Hickman, Kentucky in areas north of Memphis, Tennessee? Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, I see what you're talking about. We do have a little area of rotation here north of Jamestown here in Tennessee. That's just north of Memphis. Also a little area of circulation back over here too, south of Corona. Yeah, we are starting to see maybe a little bit tighter circulations a little bit further to the south. Let me check near Hickman. Yeah, broader circulation here. And then over here near Arlington, Kentucky, maybe a little bit more organized rotation there. We could see multiple tornado warnings here. These are going to be your quick hitting, probably weaker type tornadoes, but I definitely wouldn't let your guard down if you live in our outlook area for today. You can see for today, our tornado risk is further down to the south. But I mean, if you're in this marginal risk, I do think generally there will be a chance for tornadoes today. As you guys can see, we do have, a tornado warning already in progress here up into now southern Illinois. Long time no see. Surprised to see your state in the title. Welcome back. Yeah, sorry about that. Tornadoes in the winter. It doesn't happen often, but it does. It can happen. It can happen. And thank you, Dylan, for being a member for 12 months. Huge shout out to Dylan for supporting the channel for that long. I do appreciate it. Yeah, they can happen any time of the year. It's more rare during the winter for sure. But yeah, it can definitely happen any time of the year. Yeah, it's not a high tornado chance by any means. And I don't think we've had a couple tornado warnings today, but I don't think we've had any verified on the ground tornado reports. I have seen some murmurs on social media that we might have seen a couple of debris signatures today. So we might have had a couple of briefer tornadoes today. And so, albeit be rare, when you have this much shear, you're talking about 50 to 60 knots of lower level shear, that having no instability sometimes is not really too much of a factor. Let me do a zoom out since we're having more questions about other areas here. All right, let's check Weather Circle really quick to see if we have any new reports. Come over here to the MRMS radar. Yeah, nobody's posted around this area yet. I'm not sure if we even have any users that live near this warning, but it does seem like it's working. The tornado warning is showing up which is good news. But yeah, nobody's posted any photos here on Weather Circle. So no new updates there. And the MRS is bugging for some reason. Fun. I'll have to fix that eventually. But yeah, if you guys want, feel free to join Weather Circle if you have photos or pictures to show. It's a whole weather social media app that I created, and yeah, you come over here to. Let me make this smaller so you guys can see what I'm doing. It's really good for storm reports. That's why I'm talking about it during this tornado warning. We're just not an ad, but it's really good for reporting what is happening in your area. You post a photo, let's say I say, you know, hello. And that goes on the app. You see my little icon appears down there, and I can see where the report came from. When I zoom in, that goes away, so you can't see my exact location, but that's where it's going to be helpful. We'll talk about it more after the tornado warning expires. Let's come back down over here and check out the latest down here. Yeah, so latest that I can tell, we're still getting a messy signal out of our radar. I'm not seeing any consolidated areas of rotation. That could be one there. It's kind of in a weird spot of our storm. Kind of still a messy signal, but definitely going to be keeping an eye on that little area of rotation to see how it develops as it heads closer to Midway and Lewis Corner. Yeah, I was just talking about those cells down here into Mississippi. We're just talking about them. There's a little bit more instability down here than some of our models indicated, so it could get interesting down here if we can get enough forcing, but the forcing is a little bit weak right now, and it's a little bit of a messy storm mode, but definitely worth keeping an eye on these storms if you do live in Mississippi, especially on like the Mississippi-Alabama border going up into northern and central Alabama, maybe even a little bit further south. Well, when will this end for the night? I do think little chances for spin ups might exist all the way until the East Coast. What is that app called? It's called Weather Circle. Let me get a link. I'll put it in the chat. Oop, that is not what I meant to put in the chat. Jeez. Not good. That might blow up YouTube if I accidentally post that. All right, let me do this. Copy, paste. Yeah. The app is in the chat. It's called Weather Circle. Okay, it looks like they did allow this tornado warning to expire, which is good. So everybody can come out of their safe spots. Still monitoring this little area here, but can't really tell you for certain if that's a legitimate signal. Coming back further down to the south, more into southern Kentucky, you can see that we still have some broader areas of rotation. 3 of them in between Cunning and Clinton. Definitely would be continuing to keep an eye on those. And then into western Tennessee, we are still monitoring a couple areas of rotation, like one over here near Garland. Looks like the ones further up to the north near Dyersburg are a little bit weaker there. And then further back into Arkansas, we have the line of thunderstorms extending all the way down into DeWitt, Marvel, and Mariana, where we could start to see some heavier rain and some thunderstorms. And then back over here into Mississippi, not really seeing any strong rotations out here yet, but we are seeing these storms try to develop. So definitely going to keep an eye on those. We'll come over here to our composite view while we wait. All right. Can I change my title, please? YouTube just implemented like a new thing. Settings.
A new MCD has been issued for this location.
How do I change the title? I don't see how to change the title anymore on my YouTube dashboard. Very confused. Okay. That is concerning because if I can't change my title, that's annoying. Areas like Dyersburg should be watching, but this line, once this line passes and you really start to feel that cooled air filter on the backside, that's going to be it. So I'd be honestly more worried about like areas like Memphis, Jackson, Trenton, there in Western Tennessee, like people down the line of this line of thunderstorms. Also up here, we have some snow that's happening up in Minnesota, especially over there near Minneapolis. That's one of the things that we can definitely look at here with our cameras. Let me go ahead and pull up some cameras from there. Oh, look at that. There's some snow over there. Turn this to 4. Let's put a couple. Oh, yeah, look at that. Put a couple of cameras on the map in this area where we are seeing some snowfall over there. Hey, thank you, Christian, for the $10. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is up here in Minnesota near Minneapolis where you guys are getting a little bit of snow. Just a little bit. Doesn't look like it's too heavy. Looks like traffic is flowing fine as well. All right, let's come back down and do another in-depth breakdown of where our rotations are. Yeah, looks like we got rotation developing here near Jordan on the line of Tennessee and Kentucky in the western. Another rotation over here near Clinton. Relatively weak, but still worth keeping an eye on. Further up to the north, not really seeing too much more there. Let's come back into Tennessee now. This little area of rotation is still a little bit broad. Probably not going to get warned here. But Covington should continue to monitor the storm at the very least. And then back down over here in Mississippi. Wow, look at that. This is actually developing into some pretty strong rotation there. Also north of Vardaman. Very interesting. I would definitely be watching this storm out over here near Vardaman, Houston, and Calhoun City, and anywhere to the south. We even got a donut hole on this supercell. No debris signature, but that's a decent amount of rotation. Hello, hello, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Definitely going to keep an eye on that area down there in Mississippi. We'll have to wait for the next scan to come through. You signed up for Weather Circle? Well, welcome to the app. You have anything to post, we'll show it live on stream. The freaking MRMS radar stop glitching. Would be nice. Let's see if anybody's posted. Come over to Hangout. Yeah, no one's posted. There's not a whole lot of people on the app yet, but you know, once we get more people on the app. Also, new update. We did add the GFS model. I did figure out how to do that. And for like globally too. So we have global GFS model. Oh, look, we just got a new post. Raining. So we got a report of it's raining in Ohio. Thank you. I'll give you a follow. Your first follower. Yeah, that's from Believe in Jesus 2000. Says it's raining. Thanks for letting us know. Thanks for letting us know. All right, let's come back down here. Yeah, it's a little weather social media app where you can follow, like posts. The cool thing about it is that when you're in a warning, we'll talk about it a little bit. Like when you're in a warning itself, the the app can get your location, and you can post in the warning itself. So you can see here, this says warning details. Here's a winter weather advisory. If someone was on the app and they had a bunch of friends that lived in Kalamazoo, they could all be chatting in this because they would be verified in the zone. Now, no one else can chat in this warning except for you guys. So it's like a little personal community-based chat where you can literally just chat amongst neighbors and people in your area about the conditions that you are experiencing. And where this is really going to help folks out in terms of storm reports is for like when you get a tornado warning. You know, so the people that live in that area can chat in the tornado warning. And everybody, although they can't chat, they can look at the chat and see that, oh, wow, okay, so there is big hail in this storm because everybody's reporting it, or they just heard that you know, there was some damage and a house nearby got completely destroyed, and meaning that, you know, there was an actually tornado on the ground. And it's just going to be really good for relaying weather information from warning to warning once we get more people into the app. But I really do believe this is going to change storm reporting forever. All right, we got a post here from Forecast Fusion saying snow is melting. Aw. And we got another report from Don's Shin saying it's chilly. Where's that at? Oh, yeah, I bet. That's over there in Montana. Yikes. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be up there right now. I'm happy in the Southeast. We're getting warm again. You love this app? I think it's going to be a game changer. I think it's going to be a game changer, folks. I've worked really hard on it, and I finally figured out how to get models to work. Been raining in Ohio all day. Wind is picking up a lot. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, let me go back down here and check in on our latest radar data. Okay, we might be close to a tornado warning here near Wheel. That's actually pretty darn close to being tornado warningable. Some tighter circulation is developing here near Wheel and Lowe's in Kentucky. Okay, I need to figure out how to freaking change my title. Copy, reset. They changed settings, overlay for brakes. That needs to be on. Mid-roll ads. Mode, automatic, no. Manual, thank you. Save. Okay, well that didn't let me change my title. Stream settings. Oh, here we go. Finally found it. Okay. Sorry about that. It's a whole new update came out since the last time we live streamed. So the back end dashboard for YouTube live streaming is completely different. Broadcast. Reddit threat broadcast with live. Okay. Kentucky. Yeah, we're talking about Kentucky. Over here near Wheel, we have an area of some broader circulation, but with some pretty decently strong broader circulation. So if that can tighten up, that could be an issue. Also, we're monitoring a couple of circulations further down to the south as well, like down over here near Fulton, west of Water Valley, and then even further to the south. We did have some rotations down here, but those have kind of died out there into western Tennessee. But in northern Mississippi, we had an area of stronger rotation earlier and another little area of tighter circulation further up north of Vardaman that we are keeping an eye on with this little cluster of embedded supercells here near Vardaman and Houston. So we have a lot of areas to keep an eye on, which is why we keep on coming back out here to our kind of broad scale view. Thank you, Tornado Explorer. That's actually helpful. So you can install Weather Circle as an app. Yeah. On your phone. Let's see here. Cedar Grove, Carroll County, wet and colder. Chat info again. All right, thank you. Yeah, let's go see if we have any new updates. Holy moly. Let's see here. Dilly says there's weather here. Thanks for the update. That is over there in Michigan. Yes, it does appear like there is weather there. Let's see here. P27 says very sunny and windy. All right. Ray Cara says, hello, just joined. It's rainy and windy over here in Ohio. All right. Nice temps waiting on for the overnight thunderstorms, though. Getting darker. Will it storm? Levi says, where's Levi at? Where's Mr. Levi? Oh, he's over here. Yeah, it looks like you do got some rain on the way, Levi. You can see over here in kind of western Georgia. You will be getting some rain. Probably not going to be anything too crazy, but definitely some rain possible. Definitely some rain possible. Also, folks, if you want to post photos, because it does, unfortunately, increase the cost on my end. Photos and videos are a lot of data to be stored, and that costs money. You do have to pay $5 a month for the ability to post photos and videos. That's so we don't have to do ads, because, you know, I freaking hate ads. Although it seems to me that a lot of people prefer ads over paying $5 a month. But I mean, I don't know. That's just my preference. That's where we're probably going to be going with the app. Yeah. Broad area of circulation over here just to the west of Pottsville. That's going to be moving just to the south of Folsom Dale, and between Folsom Dale and Hickory. Is it storms for Huntsville, Alabama tonight? Yes. There will be a small chance, yeah, for tornadoes. And again, that's going to be for these storms that are building over here into Mississippi. There are some ingredients in place, you know, for some tornadic activity, and that will move into northern Alabama, into Birmingham, maybe even potentially Montgomery later on. Me too. You hate ads? Yeah. Yeah, that'll just allow us to, you know, afford to be able to host video and photos on it. It's only $5 a month too. And, you know, it's not only that, that's not the only thing you're getting. I mean, everything else like the MRMS radar, all these models that I'm going to be adding, they're going to be all free. So you don't have to worry about all that. I do want to add like regular radar eventually, but one thing at a time. Some of these updates that I'm doing on the app is like, it takes freaking hours and hours and hours and hours. There's a discrete band of cells in Mississippi, likely the best threat of the day. Most likely, yeah, I would say. And I wouldn't say best, the word best. I mean, it's a little poor choice of words, but I would definitely use, you know, the worst threat of the day. Is probably going to be down here. We have a little bit more instability. The only limiting factor, though, is forcing is a little bit weak. But if we have a lot of mergers, you know, that could help out. And shear isn't as strong this far south as it is further up to the north. So a couple of limiting factors. Again, it's not going to be some high octane tornadic day, but let's come over here. I do want to see what these storms in Tennessee look like, if I can. Turn this off. Where is this? Near Martin. Oh, yeah, there it is. There's your approaching storm here for Martin, Tennessee. What is the website called? You're on PC. It's called Weather Circle. I'll post the app link in chat. But yeah, once we get enough people on the app, it'll be one of the most, I think, useful resources probably ever. It's going to finally push weather reporting into the future. Because, you know, the more reports you make, you know, yeah, this is an interesting, someone said in chat that there's a debris signature. This is an interesting signature here. Not really sure what is causing this. Rotation around it's not very strong. And it's kind of like back here. That could be leaves blowing in the wind, maybe in an RFD. But maybe next scan we see maybe a little bit of stronger rotation there. Let me just double check. Yeah, we've never really had that tight of circulation, but that might have been just like one of those really brief and weak tornadoes, or maybe also just some wind blowing some leaves around. There are still leaves on the ground at least. Seems like bookend or action. Yeah, probably more like a RFD type situation there. For North Carolina, yeah, North Carolina, like Eastern North Carolina, are going to have a marginal threat for severe weather and also a 2% chance for some tornadoes out there. And that is for today, actually, like early morning. You want to check back down here in Mississippi? Yeah, still looking pretty good. All right, let's go check back over here. Let's see. Do we have any more reports? Okay, looks like yeah, we left off at Levi. Sammy says nice temps waiting for overnight thunderstorms. Best storm spotter says it's 47 degrees, raining and 5-mile-per-hour wind gusts on my anemometer. All right, that's not too bad. Where are you located? Can't tell. Best storm spotter. You might be like underneath one of these guys. Looks like Carson is reporting rain and humid weather. That's over there into southwestern Ohio. And Knitting Fog is saying heavy fog in here, the mountains tonight. Okay. There is that. Yeah, Knitting Fog. That's over there in Virginia. Welcome, welcome. Martin Browers says it's windy. Where you at, Martin? Surely you're really need to add an option when I click on the post, it like should go to it. I'm not seeing it. Oh, that's because you guys are, oh, we got people posting over here in in Europe. Oh yeah. Yeah, you guys got a little bit of rain over there. A little bit of rain and wind, it seems. We got Martin and David over here. Yeah, it's global. So you can do it. We also have the global models as well. Yeah, this really helps, guys. I really do appreciate you guys coming on here and posting this. This is important. This data is going to help us kind of figure out what this storm is like. Like, look at all these people here that's about to be impacted by this storm, probably later tonight. And that's going to be helpful, you know, if they're posting videos or photos of what the storm is doing. So I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys making those storm reports. You don't have to do it, but you're doing it, and I appreciate that. All right, let's come back over here and check in on our storm near Martin. Is it free? It's free to post text. You do have to pay for photos and videos, $5 a month, because that increases the costs on my end. And I don't want to run ads on the app. I don't want to just have it bloated with a bunch of ads. So I've added like a really cheap subscription fee instead. What app is this? This is Weather Circle. Yeah, like the MRMS radar, the models that I'm adding are all going to be free, because those only cost like $2 to $5 to maintain per month. Which is not too big of a deal. Who edited the cam program? I did. I needed the what is it? I needed the 4-grid view. The option to choose. So I just added it real quick. I'll send you the file. Yeah, you can switch from 16 to 8 to 4. Also been trying to get the Florida cams on this freaking map, but it's like proving to be impossible. Hey, Evan, you're new here. Welcome, welcome. Glad you're here. Let me come back in here and check back in on our storms again, just to monitor. Yeah, it seems like a lot of those rotations that were in Tennessee are not looking too shabby. We still got these, though, over into Kentucky. A couple areas of some broader circulations there near Mayfield, also near Wingo, and just to the east of Fulton. They're actually, some of these are getting a little bit tighter. We might be close to tornado warnings with some of these. Also, unfortunately, our tightest circulation is over here just to the west of Mayfield, Kentucky. I'm going to keep an eye on that. We'll do a broader view for you folks. Working on the Florida cams. Yeah, the thing, I think they just don't allow it. Like, I keep on trying to get the tokens. You got to update the tokens and refresh them. And I have it in the app where it refreshes the token. Also added a Google spreadsheet so that it also updates from my Google spreadsheet to the app. So both of ours connect together and update the app. But I can't, like, I've gotten them on there. Let me show you. Like, I was able to get all their GPS data and I got them all on there. But when you click on them, it doesn't load anything and it comes back like access denied. So I think it's just the Florida government. Yeah, this is not even working now. I think it's just the Florida government being a little bit more strict. Fortunately, not much I can do about it. I'm thinking the best solution might just be to add what is it? Just like a button where you press it and it brings up the Florida website. That's the only thing I can think of at this point. Is it the location or just approximate? It's an approximate location. So watch when I come over to here and I like, for instance, I'll show you my location. You see how if I zoom in too much, it disappears. So no one can get your exact location. All right, let's check back in. Any more updates from you guys? Man, this is the most people that has ever posted on this app. How cool is this? Thank you. All right, let's see. Man, that is like the most annoying thing freaking possible. I'm still dealing with the same freaking computer issue, man. Where I cannot figure out how to fix it. Like, my computer will run normally for the longest time, and then it just randomly crashes. And it's a brand new freaking computer. And as far as I've been able to tell, the only fix is for me to order parts, which will take me out from being able to live stream for a while. So I guess technically, and it's also like expensive to fix. But yeah, sorry about that, guys. Unfortunately, I mean, I've been trying to figure out that problem for forever. It's a brand new freaking computer too. So sorry for the interruption. I have to like reset up everything now. So just give me a moment. Thankfully that didn't happen during a NATO warning. Could it be the program I use? No, not the programs. My computer can handle all the programs super easily. So it's not that. Not that. The Weather Circle program, that is it's run by a completely different separate server. It's not really pulling any data off of my computer. It's all in the cloud. All in the cloud. All right, let's fix everything. That. It's very frustrating because it happens at random. And it's probably the power control on my computer, because once it gets started, it goes just fine. All right. Yeah, let's come back in here. Continue where we left off, dang it. Let me get my music back on. So we got a new follower. Thank you, Thomas, for following me on Weather Circle. All right, and then we gotta get chat back up. Are you okay, Chazzy? All right. I think you best storm spotter for following me on Weather Circle. All right, let's come back into here. But yeah, what do y'all think about, if you're on the app so far, what do you think about it so far? Man, we got a lot of little areas of rotation here. This one over here near Stubblefield probably should get a tornado warning. Just south of Stubblefield, heading up towards Sedalia. That's actually, that's tight circulation there. That could be a tornado about to happen south of Mayfield. Let's go back and check in on that circulation that was near Mayfield. Yeah, that's passed by. Still an area of rotation there, and another one too. It's south. As far as the app is cool. Thank you. If your stream froze, just refresh. This line is splitting out. More instability. Maybe off to the races. Yeah. Well, down here, there's actually a little bit more instability, which is why we're kind of watching it. The sheer environment isn't like super impressive down here, but you know, we could get some stronger storms down here that could be eventually severe and maybe could try to achieve some tornadic activity. But it seems like our most active area, at least in terms of rotation right now, is in southern Kentucky, also getting an area of rotation there near Martin. Let's come back over. Back over to here. Thank you, Og, for following. Let's see. What is this one? This one's the one near Martin. Oh, yeah. Definitely windy. Keep your eyes peeled. It's not a very strong rotation, but you never know what you might see. Thank you, Maverick, for subscribing. Thank you, thank you. These are the current conditions over there. Let me also check. We got anything further off to the east. And we do have one over here, north in Paris, Tennessee. It is not playing. Oh, there we go. We'll see if that loads. But yeah, that is what's currently happening. We're watching these areas of rotation like a hawk. This one right here, I believe, is the one that I'm most curious about here. And then there's another area. And thank you, Mad Magpie, for following me on Weather Circle. This right here is freaking close to a tornado. They really actually do need to warn this going over towards Golo and Buckasburg. Thank you, Patrick, for the 5. Thank you so much. It's been a while since you've been on stream, but you broke your ankle today. Oh, no. Well, I'm sorry about that. I hope you get better soon, man. Breaking the ankle, that's going to take a while to heal. That is going to take a while to heal there, brother. But I'm hoping for the best for you. I've sprained my ankle before. I've never broken it. All right, let's see what's happening over here. Hello, Evan from Decatur, Alabama. Hello, hello. All right, so let's go catch up. I love the weather says, hi, Evan. Hi. Snowy and windy says Jan. Thank you also for following me, Jan. Waiting for the line of storage. Boyfriend was in the warning in Paducah at Walmart. They called a code black. Oh, wow. That's scary. Oh, yeah, look at that. You do live over there near the Paducah area. Well, yeah, we'll keep an eye on the storms for you. It's got a lot darker here. Still windy and rainy. Okay, thank you for the update, Crystal. Ugly Eric. What a screen name. Ugly Eric says, windy and rainy. Be a little bit nicer to yourself. Jeez Louise. Partly cloudy and cold in Philadelphia. Yeah, you guys are too cold up there. Here's an update. 85% chance of rain and showers and thunderstorms. Just to make sure no severe thunderstorms were right. Where is Levi? Probably not severe, no. Probably just like some rain. You can see it off to your west there. Just some rain. I'd be surprised if you got severe weather. Maybe like later as this line comes through. 100 kPa here in Windsor. What is kPa? Yeah, thank you guys again for giving me updates. That is helpful. Oh, wow. Jan, you're over here and you're in a blizzard warning over there. Watch out. I bet you it's really windy over there. All right. Tornado may be in progress near Mayfield. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, I definitely saw that velocity signature earlier. Did we ever get like a definite CC drop? Not really. I mean, there's a little bit of something there that might be like a brief and weak tornado there in between 464 and 1124 that technically wouldn't be tornado warned. And then we have another area of strengthening rotation again over here near Cuba. I'm surprised some of these aren't getting warned, honestly. And then we have another area of stronger rotations over here near Austin Springs. This is in Tennessee on the Tennessee-Kentucky border. There in Western Tennessee and Kentucky. I mean, there's a decent amount of pretty strong rotations on some of these storms. So down the line, Benton, Murray, Paris, McKenzie all need to be watching these storms like a hawk. We come over here. That camera is not working there. What else do we got? Nothing really going on near Jackson. Memphis. Do we have any storms near Memphis? We do have a little line coming through Memphis. Oh yeah, look at that. There's your that's what we call the whale's mouth. Thank you, Shane Donahue for following me. Thank you. Oh, so we just got a new alert. Oops. We got a severe thunderstorm warning now for parts of Mississippi. That's going to be near Altoona County, Mississippi. That's down over here near Louisville, McCool, and High Point. Yeah, this storm is growing in intensity and is slowly moving towards areas like Louisville, High Point, and McCool here into Mississippi. Looks like the wind is why they warned it, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and looks like hail is not too big of an issue with it. Your Levi on the app. Thank you. Thank you. What camera app is that? That was made by Redbird. It is a custom in-house program. Hey, y'all, Martin, Tennessee here. Yeah, we're keeping an eye on you guys there in Martin. Y'all just had the I would say the worst part of the storm come through. So you guys should be good for the rest of the day. A little bit of rain could still be possible, but the worst should be over for you guys. Although, if you know anybody in Dresden, tell them to be keeping an eye on some of these storms. I mean, we are still seeing some decent areas of rotation here near Cuba, Austin Springs as well. Back over here near Benton, Kentucky, too. Got an area of some broad rotation up there heading up towards Benton. It's really just this section of the line right here that is exhibiting the most potential tornadic behavior here in the short term. Stylesville, Indiana. Really? Something happening up there? Oh, wow. Yeah, look at this. Just south of Clayton here in Indiana, we got an area of developing rotation that is actually getting pretty strong there. South of Pecksburg, heading towards Belleville. Would not be surprised if that got a tornado warning here shortly. Again, this is over here in Indiana, heading into Indianapolis. So hopefully that doesn't produce there. think we have to pull up just the I don't think we have Indiana traffic cameras yet on our map app. So we might have to do that manually, which is fine. That, and then we'll come to here. It'll be a little bit annoying, but annoying cams are better than no cams. Let's see. This is near the Plainfield area, so we'll check out this camera here. Really not much of a sky view there. See if we can get a better sky view. Hopefully that loads. Can you help you with Weather Circle? I'm not sure how to post. I can't find you on there. I can maybe. I mean, we got a decent amount of rotations here. I'm going to be a little bit busy. If some of the mods could answer some of the Weather Circle questions, I guess that would be helpful. But I'm really monitoring this area of rotation here right now. I don't want to get too distracted. But if anybody in Indiana, near Indianapolis, post or captures a view of this storm, posted on Weather Circle, we would love to see it and show it. Let's come back down here to the south here. Yeah, still some areas of broad circulation. Looks like they are getting broader, but definitely some stronger winds over here now. Just to the east of Hicksville, about to move into Harvey, potentially up to 60-mile-per-hour winds. They might throw a severe thunderstorm warning on that here shortly. Come to the composite view so you guys can see everything happening at once. I'd warn that in Indianapolis. I agree. I agree. It's close enough for me. All right, let's go see some of our new posts here. So it looks like rain has continued. This is, I think, where's Carson? I think that this was over here. Was it not? Yeah, in Ohio. So rain is continuing there in Ohio. And T. Colton says it is raining. Okay, you're over here in Alabama. We're almost neighbors. Yeah, expect some stronger storms tonight. Also, we just got a new post over here from Vic Phobic saying raining, smiley face. So you are enjoying the nice rain. North Grandma says, all you keep that down over there, my shows are on. Oh my goodness. Y'all are pissing off North Grandma. Y'all keep it down. She's trying to watch her favorite shows. Will and Grace. She's watching CSI Miami now, guys. Yeah, you can search for users there at the top of the page if you want to find them. It's got to be their exact, and it's case sensitive, their username. Or you can just find them when they post and just click on their profile and give them a follow, just like that. The app is called Weather Circle. If you want to join it. Oh, wait. That's the cams for Indiana. Does any of the mods have the Weather Circle app? Link. Thank you, Martin, for following. Thank you. I see you found it. From I-69. Yeah, let me check that. Where is I-69? Is this I-69? And the cameras in Indianapolis are not doing too great. This is I-70. I am trying to get video from them, but they're not loading. I don't know why. Let me go grab my water. I forgot to do that. Let me do that really quick. Never mind. It was here the whole time. Ugh. The website is down. Yeah, the website might be down. Could be down. Let's come back over here and check in on our velocity signatures. Yeah, it seems like our rotations further up to the north near Benton and Murray have died down a little bit, but we still have these guys like right on the border here of Tennessee, near Murray, Hazel, and Puryear. Check a little bit further south here near Trenton. Yeah, also another little area of rotation over here near West Union too, in between Dresden and Gleason. I think he's Sandy for the $5. Thank you so much. You got to make sure it's case sensitive. So in Dickinson, heavy rain going towards Palmyra, Tennessee. Update, please. Yeah. So we are monitoring your line. We have seen rotations in along this line that is heading your way. So I would definitely keep your eye. It's going to be a couple of hours before it gets there. The rain that you're getting right now is unfortunately not going to be enough to kind of lower this threat. Again, this is mainly being fueled really not by instability, but mainly just really strong wind shear. Our 850 millibar winds, which are, winds that are above your head, are pretty darn strong. About 50 to 60 knots is really helping fuel some of these storms. Let's come back down here and check back into our severe thunderstorm warning. Still 60-mile-per-hour winds near McCool. And looks like we are developing rotation down here as well. That is traveling off to the north and east towards Weir, High Point, and just south of Ackerman. Might just hit Ackerman there in Mississippi. Yeah, we gotta watch down here for a sneaky tornado threat, I do believe. Oh, looks like we got people posting up here. Patrick says it's cold and 45-mile-per-hour winds. It's a report out of northwestern Wisconsin. Bethany says super duper rainy here in Charleston, ponding on the streets. Is that Charleston, North Carolina? Yes, it is. Or South Carolina. Oh yeah, you guys do got some rain out there. How is Evansville, Indiana looking at? Let's go check back up there. Still got an area of rotation here south and east of Bellevue. Still not tornado warned. Honestly, not as strong as it was, but I would still keep your eye on it if you live over here near I-70 heading towards Indianapolis International Airport in that area there. Evansville's down here. Looks like you guys just got hit by the line, so I think the rest of the day you guys will be fine. You've already experienced the worst of the storm there in Evansville. Thanks, Evan. Driving very windy. Yeah. Did I make Evansville? Yes. They actually specifically named Evansville after me. They contacted me 100 years ago, back when I was just a wee piece of dirt, I guess. Back when I was just a wee piece of dirt. Wee Adam, yeah. Crazy, why is it so bad? It's just strong winds. So you have stronger winds aloft in the 850 millibar area. And, and you have this line of forcing from the cold front. That rain along the cold front brings those stronger winds closer to the surface. And so that's why we're seeing, one, some areas of rotation, and two, a decent little line coming through the Indianapolis area right now. I'm trying Still trying to get a view of Indianapolis. Let me check more in the city here. We'll wait to see if it'll load. So do you think we're getting a tornado, sir? Where? You thought it was supposed to be cold? I mean, it was cold, but we're about to be in a pretty long stretch of warm weather, it seems like. Hey, it actually loaded.
A new MCD has been issued for this location.
So this is out of Indianapolis. You can actually see the leading edge of the thunderstorm there coming in. Okay, thank you, Monkey Girl. We'll check it out in just a second. We're just looking at the conditions out over here in Indianapolis, where we got a line of storms coming in. New MCD tornado watch, 60% chance. Let me see if I can bring up that graphic on my end. I'm not seeing that yet, but the graphic should pop up. My program's typically ahead by a little bit. Indy Greenwood area. Yeah, we're watching. We were watching this little area of rotation that is heading just south of Plainfield. That's going to come pretty close to Greenfield, or Greenwood, but it should come just north of you. But, you know, another area of rotation could develop. Let's come back down here further to the south again into Kentucky and just double check back on our areas of rotations. Okay, we do still have rotation here near Wiswell and south of Crossland. Relatively broad circulation right now, so not overly concerned about these areas of rotation presently, but I am still keeping an eye on them. They could still tighten up and try to produce a tornado. Yeah, QLCS tornado threat, yep, is likely. All right, let's see here. North Grandma says, now it's raining here. See what you all did? It's all those cell phones causing this. Hey, look, it's our first conspiracy theorist on Weather Circle. Yay! It's wet and rainy in North Carolina. I'm Monkey Girl from YouTube. Okay. Thank you for letting us know. For Alabama and Mississippi. Oh, yeah. Like, check this out. That. We've got a new mesoscale discussion here. Increased potential for a tornadic supercell or two. A 60% chance of a tornado watch for, that would be me in a tornado watch. That's fun. That would be Florence, Russellville, Hamilton, Starkville, Tuscaloosa, Coleman, Decatur, and Huntsville could be put into a tornado watch here shortly, which, you know, honestly, by what we've been seeing, that wouldn't necessarily surprise me. We do have supercells trying to develop, and we have seen rotations form every now and then. Like this one down here is a broad area of circulation. It's a little bit messy, not a guarantee, but I would say certainly something to watch out for. So a tornado watch wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea. Where exactly was that? In Western Kentucky? So that these areas of rotation are near Murray and like Hazel. Those are the areas of rotations we're really keeping an eye out. So it's like southwestern Kentucky, and then some rotations over here into northern Tennessee as well that are slowly making their way towards areas like Paris, Hazel, and Puryear as well. Support discrete storm mode. Yeah, no, I mean it could. There are a lot of failure modes down here to the south, but it's technically not impossible. You're right. When will this crap clear up in Louisville? Mr. Dirt, thank you. Where's Louisville? Which state is that? Is there rotation at Murray? Yeah. There is some rotation there. heading into South Murray, but it's pretty broad right now. So not thinking that there's a tornado or anything with it right now, but it's something that I'm monitoring. Let's come back over here and check in on Indiana. Yeah, it looks like our little velocity signature is going to be hard to see here as it passes over our radar. We can continue to try to monitor it here on our weather camera in the area. Why do I kind of look like Tobey Maguire from Spider-Man movies? That's because that's exactly who I am. Are you just finding that out? You didn't know that? That I'm secretly a famous actor? What? Are you serious? How's Bowling Green look? Good for now. Rainy. Probably looks kind of like similar something to this right now, just rainy. Rainy showers, but eventually you got a line behind you that should move through eventually. All right, let's see what folks are saying out here in the Weather Circle app. Storms are moving in quick. Thank you, thank you. Fingers crossed for some nice warm weather coming up. All right. No photos or videos posted yet. Is the $5 too much? I don't know if I can lower it, because I feel like if I lower it, it would be negative money. What do y'all think? And thank you, Murtica and Mackenzie, for subscribing. Thank you, thank you. Is Hopkinsville going to get anything? It's possible. It's possible. We're watching this storm here. We've seen some areas of rotation near the Hopkinsville area, but nothing really, too concerning as of the last couple of scans here. We have some areas of broader circulation, but that could always change. It's a strong shear environment, so we're keeping an eye on it. I would definitely be weather aware in Hopkinsville. Anderson, Indiana. Let me see where that is. Anderson, Indiana. Yeah, Anderson, Indiana. You got a line of storms coming. Not seeing any areas of dangerous rotation near you, and I really don't think we're going to see much. It's really only in some of these parts where we're getting some weird storm interactions where we are seeing some rotation, but I would expect some windy conditions and a line of storms to come through. This is actually, let's go a little bit further to the east of this. Let's see if we can actually find like a nice sky view out of Indianapolis. Yeah, Indianapolis should be fine. I'm a little bit worried that we can't see that little area of rotation we're monitoring because it's over the radar right now. So we really don't have much data on that right now. That would be located in like southern Indianapolis right now. Yeah, Clarksville probably in a couple hours. You guys are going to need to be monitoring for some areas of rotation. I'm assuming Bowling Green should be okay, but you guys do have a lot of rain that should sap some of the energy. But again, our wind shear is just so strong. We'll probably see little spin ups try to happen throughout the night, unfortunately. All right, let me come back down here and check in on these guys. Yeah, still some decent rotation over here near High Point here in Mississippi. About to head into High Point just north of Louisville, Mississippi. So if you guys live in this area, make sure that you are continuing to monitor this storm and also be indoors and away from windows. We've got a tornado possible tag on our storm, and also, you know, some chances there for some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Sorry. Unfortunately, it's not my job to give good news or bad news. It's just to give news. All right, guys, let me refill my water. I have run out. All right. I am back. Thank you for being patient while I get some H2O. There is Louisville in Mississippi, yes. All right. But yeah, that's what we're looking at right now. This is the only area of rotation that I'm actually like clued into here. Let me go check back down south of Carthage. Yeah, we do also have a supercell trying to develop down here near Lena, but no definite rotation on that sucker right now. Where's Chazzy boy? He's hanging out. Here. I'll take a photo of him and post him on Weather Circle. He's looking at me right now. He's like, did you say my name? He's like, is it food time yet? That. Post and hangout. Jazzy Poo. Post. Okay. And then I can show that on here. A little Chazzy Noodle. We can go over here to make it bigger. You can see he's got those is it time to eat yet eyes? Oh, you guys got a comment on our post. Levi says 6'7". Okay. Just to let you know, Levi. I can ban people. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I might have to turn off post notifications while I'm live. They're starting to get a wee bit annoying. What's the risk for Central Kentucky? Central Kentucky definitely needs to be watching out. I don't think it's a super high risk for tornadoes, but I wouldn't be surprised if we got a couple of sneaky little brief tornadoes out of this, like mainly this area from like Princeton down into northern Tennessee. And then so that will come towards like Cadiz, Hopkinsville. Not sure if it's going to last all the way to Bowling Green or not, but like further central Kentucky, probably this line. I don't think it's going to be as bad. What is the app called? It's called Weather Circle. I need to find the link. Let me find the link again. Here it is. It's a free app unless you want to post videos and photos. Look, Chazzy, you got 5 likes. You got 5 likes. They like you, Chazzy. You're Weather Circle famous. You've made it, Chaz. Yeah, no problem. You had to do the 6-7. You didn't have to do it. Okay, let's go see. Looks like Colt is saying it's not raining anymore. Kay says it's dark and it's going to be hard to see much, but as it comes closer, I hope to capture some pics. All right. Well, let us know. Let us know. We will show it here on stream. Also, feel free, guys. If you guys got pets, post them. We want to see your pets. Let's go back and check in on that severe thunderstorm warning. Do want to keep my eye on this guy. Yeah, we're starting to get some pretty intense circulation out of this. We might be close to a tornado warning over here near High Point, Mississippi. If you live over there near McMillan and Gum Springs, I'd be not in your safe spots, but ready to go at a moment's notice. It does look like this storm is getting a little bit more organized there. You're number 6. Thank you, Mandy. Okay. Man, I really wish we had Mississippi cameras. I know Weather Circle has some, or Weather Wise has some in Mississippi, and I do have an agreement, but I'm not sure. It's $10 for an hour of using their cameras per hour, which isn't bad. So if these storms come close, this is what it looks like right now. Out there near this storm. Can't really see the storm quite yet. That's out of Starkville. But we might be able to see the backside of the storm maybe eventually. Near Indianapolis. Let me check. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it looks like that little couplet is still there. So we're starting to see this couplet we've been monitoring here near the Indianapolis area. And it's still there. Help is noticing this area here, this yellow area that is indicating potentially some 60-mile-per-hour winds. So that could be a severe warnable storm, which means you should be indoors and away from windows here in Beech Grove, just south of Benton House here in Indianapolis. But there's also a little bit of a couplet here. I don't see a debris signature as far as I could tell, but let me see if I can get a camera there right to the west of Beech Grove. Get a lot of cameras in the Indianapolis area. There's Beech Grove. This right here would be perfect. I'm using a combination of Radar Omega, WeatherWise, and Weather Circle. What a line on these storms today. Yeah, it's a really long line too. Will this camera load, please? And Indianapolis is struggling with their traffic cameras today. Let's try this one. We'll try to let that load in the background. If it starts moving, we'll go look at it. One of the most annoying things about traffic cams. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's why this program that Redbird has developed has been so helpful. As, we don't have to refresh these cameras and make sure they work. These are cameras out of Memphis, Tennessee. And yeah, unfortunately we don't have many cameras further to the north where some of our stronger storms are, but as they come closer to like Nashville and North Nashville and then over here near Clarksville, we've got an EMA camera that we can keep an eye on. Oh yeah, look at that. Off in the distance you can see that there is a little bit of a leading edge of our thunderstorms potentially there. On that severe storm in Mississippi, I wouldn't be surprised. There's definitely an area of rotation here. No debris signature yet, but that's definitely enough to warn, in my opinion. I'd put a warning on it just in case. All right, back up here in Kentucky, we are starting to see these areas of rotation try to re-strengthen again here in between Princeton and Murray. Not seeing any debris balls in any of them, but we do have some tighter circulations developing. One near 69, another one is right over Rock Castle, and another one is south of Princeton. These storms are heading towards Dawson Springs, Cadiz, Hopkinsville, Nortonville, and Madisonville there into Kentucky. All right, let's see if we have any more reports out here. Unclick that. Let me press refresh. Oh, look at that. We've got what more photos here? Got cats. Aw. That one looks like a puma. One sweeping. Little sweepy boy. Thanks for sharing. I do appreciate that, Arena. See, it's not only good for storm reports, it's also good for just hanging out. Walnut Grove. Yeah, we've been watching that rotation. We've been watching that rotation in Mississippi pretty closely. It looks like they're extending this severe thunderstorm warning. They're north of Louisville. They got still 60-mile-per-hour winds. This includes Winston, Webster, Evergreen, Lynn Creek, Octok, Heritage County, and Sessoms. You guys need to be indoors and away from windows there. Let's check other places here. Oh, yeah. Over here near Walnut Grove, a little area of what appears to be side lobe contamination is happening here. That's not a legitimate signal there. Just wanted to check in on that for you. Any chance for Central City, Kentucky? Let me see where that is. Central City, Kentucky. Yeah, I would be keeping an eye. I mean, we are monitoring a couple of areas of rotation right now to your west. So there's Central City right there. We have a little bit of rotation there, a little bit of rotation here, a little bit of rotation there and there. So we have 4 areas of rotation we are watching. Nothing super pressing in terms of like, oh, we think there's a tornado on the ground right now, but I would definitely keep your eye on the line of storms as it comes closer. It should be there within the hour. Hello, hello, welcome. Is our rotation taking the same path as December 2021? A little bit, but a completely different type of scenario. The Mayfield tornado was more of a supercell with a bunch of storms at its flank. This is more of a frontal boundary here, but there's a strong shear environment. But, you know, if we have more instability up here, you know, you could make the argument for a long track tornado with the shear environment that we currently have. But thankfully, there's not a whole lot of instability. There's really no instability up here. So these storms are only really start trying to rotate due to the stronger shear environment or the stronger winds that are above your heads. Or dangerous blizzard conditions are unfolding in Minnesota as well. Let me get a separate one that I have. Yeah, we'll do this one. Find that link. Get that over here. We can monitor Minnesota using our camera map here. Fortunately, we don't have any cams in far northern. There are some blizzard conditions, though, possible over here into Iowa as well. One's pretty close to it. Nothing too crazy there. We'll come back and get some cameras around Minneapolis again. Some of them are loading and some of them are not. You definitely see it's a little bit windier on the bottom right camera there. You can see some snow is blowing. Have storms done the thing yet? We might have saw a brief tornado. We couldn't 100% confirm, but so we got a post from somebody near, it was K. It's dark out. It's going to be hard to see, but as it comes closer, hopes to capture some pics. Okay, so it looks like that line of storms is almost on top of you there, K. Oops. What's going on here? There we go. Yeah, the line of thunderstorms is almost on top of you, so be ready. It's coming. All right, let me come back over here, check back in on our storm. Still an area of rotation, not as strong as it was. Looks like the storm might be cycling a little bit here, but I'd still be keeping an eye on this storm south of Starkville, Mississippi. Not really seeing anything else in Mississippi that's catching my eye. Some stronger winds, though, near Walnut Grove. They might end up throwing a severe thunderstorm warning on that one. Let's come check back in on these little rotations here. Yeah, still some rotation near Cadas and south of Dawson Springs. Not very tight circulations there, though. Let me check back over here near Madisonville. Yeah, just some broader circulation still there. Let's come back over to Indianapolis. I want to check back in on this guy. Yeah, I think that rotation has fizzled there. I want to try just one last time. I don't know why these cameras are being so difficult here out of Indianapolis. Man, I just can't get these cameras to work. Just can't get them to work. Oh, wow. Yep. Looks like we have a new tornado watch here. A couple tornadoes possible. This is for parts of Mississippi and northern Alabama. This is a couple of tornadoes possible. Isolated hail of up to quarter size is possible, and scattered gusts of up to 65 miles per hour is possible over here in parts of Mississippi going into Alabama. So if you guys live in this area, make sure that you are watching out for some tornadoes. There is certainly a chance. I will say the environment supports the threat, and that is down over here in this black outlined region there. That includes areas like Tuscaloosa, Decatur, Huntsville, Russellville, Florence, Hamilton, and that is with these storms back over here that we are keeping an eye on. Yeah, Huntsville, Alabama is under a tornado watch. Oh, the tornado watch is actually trying to show up here on the app. It is failing at the moment. It fizzled out. More straight line winds, no thunder or lightning south of Indianapolis, heavy downpours. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. What if I refresh? Will that fix it? Interesting. Like missing part of the data there. I'll have to investigate what's causing that after the stream. That watches for discrete supercells. Yes. It's discrete slash semi-discrete, but yeah, we do have some supercells out here that are exhibiting areas of rotation. We did have a little bit stronger rotation on this storm earlier, but we never saw any debris signatures, so must have been more elevated in the storm and not closer to the surface. But yeah, I mean, generally we do have a decent amount of storms here into eastern Mississippi, and that will be moving into Alabama here probably within the next hour or two, especially over there near Florence, Hamilton, Vernon, Fayette, and Livingston. And a little bit longer after that, it'll be in Tuscaloosa and northern Alabama. We'll do a broad scale view here. Peak area of rotation near Walnut Grove. Let me check that out. Yeah. Yeah, still a little weak, but definitely need to keep an eye on these cells. These cells a little bit further to the south are in some better instability. For today, in your opinion? Well, you know, to be honest, let me bring up the mesoscale discussion for the southeast here. Well, not the mesoscale discussion, but the environment. I mean, we have 200 storm relative velocity, really all the way from Mississippi, 400 storm relative velocity in parts of Tennessee. And again, you know, we have some pretty strong wind shear, you know, anywhere from 30 to 40 knots down here. Our instability is a little bit on the weaker side, around 500 joules per kilogram. But, you know, given how perpendicular our winds are and how strong our wind shear is, even with 500 joules per kilogram, you can get you know, some tornadic activity started. So definitely got to keep an eye on this. It's not a guaranteed tornadic event, but there are you can make the argument that there are some ingredients in place for something to happen out here, which is why they've issued that tornado watch. Any tornadoes in Tennessee? Yeah, we're watching out for that threat. There is a lot of storm relative velocity in this area right there. Out and along and near our line. But we are not currently seeing any stronger areas of rotation. Most of our rotation is up here into Kentucky, where we have an area of rotation near Friendship and Cadiz. Also some rotation developing near Madisonville, a couple areas there, heading into Earlington and Madisonville, Kentucky. So, yeah, you know, all along this line, there you could make an argument for brief tornadoes. You love the weather circle. Thank you. I worked very hard on that app. It's the first map-based weather social media app to exist. And I really do think it is going to change how storm reports are handled. No new reports on the app though. Hey, they actually loaded. Okay. So it's not a glitch. It just took a while for the tornado watch to come in. Let's go. I do want to check something out. If we come over here to our tornado watch, let me click on that. Watch details. Yeah, that all works. Perfect. Nice. You can see that I am very close to this tornado watch. Technically not in it. Hey, thank you, DRQ, for subscribing. Thank you so much. What the? Is that a baby kangaroo? Folks, we have got a baby kangaroo alert. Oh, how's that even possible? How do you even own a baby? How do you become into possession of a baby kangaroo? And got the little kangaroo pouch. Aw. That is so cool. Thanks for sharing. North Grandma, thank you. Cuteness overload. Yeah, just a little bit. That'll get a like from me. Do I follow you yet? I'm following you. I'll be tuning in for more cute kangaroo. PDS Ruru. Facts. Let's come back in and check on our areas of rotation. Yeah, I don't think is there any storm chasers out right now? I would imagine Rob might go chase. So we might get one later. Our camera network in Alabama, unfortunately, isn't that great. Athens, Alabama, here, are you getting anything? Yeah, I mean, you're technically in a tornado watch in Athens. So I would definitely be keeping an eye on these cells. Again, it's not a guarantee that tornadoes happen, but it's technically possible. It's technically possible. That's why there is a tornado watch. Ingredients are there. You know, we have a couple of rotating cells back over here near Ellison Ridge. These will be moving up into Tuscaloosa, Fayette, and just north of Livingston here within the next couple of hours. You subscribed? Thank you. Wish there were storm chasers in North Carolina. Technically, every now and then, Moderate Motley will chase in North Carolina. So I would look him up on YouTube and give him a sub if you're looking for somebody that might come down there if it's warranted. Could they expand the watch more east over time in Alabama? It depends. You know, if we do get some stronger, if we do get some tornadoes that actually happen and some tornado warnings and they're still going on by the time they get to the edge of the tornado watch, yeah, they would definitely expand it. Let's come check back over here in Minnesota, where we, and this is in Minneapolis, where we are monitoring the winter storm out here, where we have winter storm advisories in the area. You can see that they have been getting some snow. Moderate Motley. Florence, Alabama is definitely gonna have to keep an eye on it. Yeah, I think you guys will probably end up being okay, but I would certainly keep your eye on it. You guys are a little bit north of the best kinematics, but you can definitely make an argument that there is one possible for that area. Checking in on some of our other cams. This is in Clarksville, top of the EMA building. Let me just make sure we're... Hello. Oh, there it goes. Took a little while to load. And there's not a whole lot of lightning with these storms. They're pretty shallow storms. Has anybody been seeing any lightning with any of these storms? But that's out of Clarksville. And you can see Clarksville's getting some rain right now with the heavier line coming, but a lot of that this area of the line is not really looking too interesting in terms of rotations. Most of our interesting rotation, I would say, is here near Cadiz, Friendship, a little bit broad though. Moving into Montgomery here in a little bit, and then back over here near Madisonville, we have a couple of areas of rotation along that area as well. I do want to check back down here in Mississippi again. Yeah, it looks like we still have some broader circulation. Nothing's consolidated yet with any of the supercells we've been monitoring. Although this one's looking a little bit more interesting. A little bit stronger rotation developing over here near High Hill. There in Mississippi. All right. Blake says hi. Hello, hello. Hit and miss rain showers in Winston-Salem. Oh, yeah. You guys got a little bit of rain out there. Hey, Sassy, thank you for being a member for 22 friggin' months. Happy almost 2-year anniversary, right? It's crazy to think that time flies. How long will the tornado threat last? Well, they're not letting that tornado watch expire until 9 p.m. So at least till 9 p.m. Yeah, thank you for that report, Dude Cat. Again, guys, this is the Weather Circle app. We just released it, and it's basically a place where you can chat amongst your weather friends, post photos. People right now are using it because not everybody is near. They're using it to post their pet photos and kangaroo photos. But we are getting some text alerts here from folks out there near some of these storms. And PF Flyer, that is my dad, is telling me to keep my mama safe, which I will. No need to worry, Mom. I got you. All right, let's come back in and check in. Yeah, still monitoring some rotation there. Broad circulation over there near Amory, mainly just some wind. And yeah, this right here, just to the south and west of Philadelphia, I'm keeping a close eye on. Definitely some decent rotation there. Almost tornado warnable. I think that's just below my threshold for a tornado warning. Hello, hello, welcome in. At least it's a low tornado threat. Yeah. How do you find the Weather Circle app? Hopefully I still have. Nope, I do not. And thank you, Sassy, for gifting a membership. Thank you so much. If you guys get a gifted membership from Sassy, make sure that you say thank you in chat. But yeah, here's the link to the Weather Circle app if you guys want to join. It is in the chat. All right, looks like Smilebug64 says snow, 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 and more snow under a blowing snow advisory. Negative 12 degrees Celsius. Ugh. What? Where are you at? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can keep that up there. You can keep that up there. Don't you dare send that down to us, Mr. Smilebug. We don't want that. That's too cold. You keep that up there. If you send that down here, we're going to have to ban you from the app. I'm just kidding. Alabama can't be chill. Well, you know, in Alabama is typically when, you know, in the winter, we see a little second severe weather season. Yeah, latest scan out over here, south and west of Pearl River. Still a decent little area of circulation there, moving up towards Philadelphia. Still keeping an eye on that. Let's go check back over here near Kentucky just to make sure we're not seeing any. Yeah, it looks like these rotations are calming down for a little bit, except for over here near Madisonville, where we still have a broader area of rotation there near Fies. We'll check back up in Indiana. Our line of storms is now continuing to move off to the east. Looks like it just went through Noblesville, is about to go through Muncie, Rushville, Columbus, and Seymour and Salem. No reports of thunder, according to people in the area. Just heavy rain and some wind. And we got that report from Weather Circle. It's already being helpful. My dad says maybe put Weather Circle app link in the YouTube comments header too. Comments header. So like pin it. Oh, that'd be smart. My dad doesn't even do YouTube and he thinks smarter than me. Columbus, Indiana. Okay, I'll check that out. Join Weather Circle here. And then I'll put the pin. There we go. And then I will do that. Oh, do this. Pin message. There we go. New severe thunderstorm warning for Neshoba County, Mississippi. Going to be down here near Philadelphia. The storm that we've been watching. That is going to be moving towards Linwood, Beatline, Bethsaida, Bloomfield, DeWest, Forestdale, Crossroads, Sandtown, and Bogue Cheeto. All need to be indoors and away from windows as this severe thunderstorm warning comes through. So we got a tornado watch out here. If you guys are just tuning in, this black area is a tornado watch. Northwest Alabama, maybe Eastern Tennessee. I don't think Eastern Tennessee is going to see much of a tornado threat. This should really die off by then. How likely for the actual threat? I would say it's pretty low. Pretty low chance for a tornado, but high enough for a tornado watch. So I would put it at around a 5% chance that you will see a tornado within a 25-mile radius of you. Hey, thank you, Sassy, for the $2. Donation for Wolf City seatbelt awareness. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you're funny. Yeah, Philadelphia, Mississippi is in that severe thunderstorm warning. And one of the things that we are monitoring for this storm is an area of rotation that is developing with it, almost strong enough for a tornado warning. So I would definitely be on your toes there in Philadelphia. Is Chattanooga, Tennessee good? Good for now, yeah. It's going to be a while before these storms get to you. We'll know more information once we see how this initial threat develops here. But that works too. All right, let me come back over here. Sent you a message on Twitter. Can you post my photo on your live stream, please? And thanks. You can do it on this app. It's a little windy and humid outside. Thank you. Colt says, where is he at? Where's Colt? Oh, he's over here. A little windy and humid. And basically my neighbor. Basically, we're neighbors. How's Florence, Alabama looking? As of right now, you guys do have some cells off to your west. Here's Florence right here. You guys do have some cells off to your west that are going to be coming through here shortly. So I would definitely be keeping an eye on that. Do you think the tornado watch will extend into Chattanooga? It really just depends. You know, if we see the tornadic activity actually happen out of this, you know, further up to the north, then yeah. But, you know, as of right now, I'm mainly kind of singling in on this little cluster of supercells having some tornado potential. But again, there's a lot of failure modes down here, but it is possible enough, I think, for a tornado watch. It's getting windy out here in Florence. Yeah, I bet. Let's come back up here and check back in on Kentucky and Tennessee. Not seeing any new areas of rotate. Well, maybe a little bit of rotation is starting to develop here near Dover, Tennessee. As that's one of those rotations is going to be moving closer to Clarksville, keeping a close eye on that. And still have a couple of areas of rotation here near Roaring Springs and Julian. Can't rule out a brief tornado with those. And still have a broader circulation here near Earls heading towards Midland. There into Kentucky. So still seeing rotations up there in Kentucky and Tennessee. This is so much fun. Being able to like see your guys' reports in real time. Like in an organized place. You better send some photos of that snow if you get anything up there, Mr. PF Flyer. How's Texas? I mean, not Texas, Tuscaloosa looking? Let me go look at that. Yeah, do this. There we go. Tuscaloosa, definitely. You guys are going to be very close to these supercells that, honestly, that I am still most concerned with at the moment. So I would definitely be keeping your eye and be weather aware as these supercells come your way. As you are kind of in, I wouldn't say the bullseye, but definitely in the path of some of them. You have to post, Sassy. So how it works is when you post on the app, you get a little location dot. It goes away when you zoom in too much, so you're not giving out your exact location to anybody. But you enable that it show up through your profile. Show location with post. You click that. And then when you post in Hangout, or if you post in the warning chat, we can see it. It pops up on the map as a little bubble, and it stays up for 30 minutes before it disappears. so that people can see your post and see what you're talking about, what report you're sending in. Yeah, the link is in the pinned comment, Sassy. What's the wind shear like in Tennessee? That's a good question. I love me some nerdy questions. Well, let me check back in with it. Wind shear in the lower levels looks like it's sitting around 40 knots of wind shear, which is pretty high winds. A weather app on the Play Store? No, but it still can function like an app. So if you're like if you're on like iOS, you can get it on your phone by going up, pressing the three dot, or pressing share, and then you scroll down until it says add to home screen, and then you click add to home screen, and it functions just like a regular app. You can do that on browser as well, on Android or on iOS or on your computer. So you can have it as an app. Any updates for Central City? Kentucky. Yes. Your line of storms is coming closer. You're close to that area that we've been monitoring that has had some rotation and still has a little bit of rotation there near Midland. It's not concerning yet. No debris signatures, but we're still monitoring it. Let's still keep your eye on this line. It's probably going to be coming through your area in about 30 minutes. Well, South Carolina should be okay, but we do have a little chance for some tornadoes back over here in North Carolina near like Beaufort and Kill Devil Hills. So we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning back over into Kentucky. That's going to be for Hopkinsville and Elkton. That's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. If we come over here to our high death radar, oh wow, yeah, some stronger winds here to the south, and maybe some rotation developing here as well. About to head into southern Hopkinsville. It's a little bit tighter than it was, and then also over here near Herndon, there's also an area of rotation there too. We got to keep an eye, continue to keep an eye on these little areas of rotation. Near Churchill. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's a CC drop or not. It's not deep enough for me to be able to say if that's a tornado. Usually you wait until it gets into the blues before you can confirm tornado on the ground. But I mean, it's definitely enough rotation to be monitoring for a CC drop. That is for sure. Definitely keep your guard up there near Hopkinsville and Elkton, Kentucky. What do I think about northern Mississippi? You are in the Tupelo area. Looks like the main threat is past, at least with the supercellular threat out there. But I will say there is going to be a couple rounds of some heavier rain coming. Shouldn't really be too tornadically active, but a couple of rounds of heavier rain. This one, and then in a couple hours, we have another line back over here near Batesville that's going to try to move into your area. Wind shear for Florence is 40 knots of lower level wind. How do you add it as an app? Mama Bear, are you on iOS or are you on Android? Got to go to Karate. All right. Would Madisonville, Kentucky have any chance on getting anything? It's past you already. You guys did have a chance, but it's done. Is there a tornado in Indiana? Not that we've been able to see. There's been some small areas of circulation up here, like especially right here south of Shelbyville. Broad area of rotation developing there, just to the north and west of Hope. We've been keeping an eye up here every now and then for these little rotations, and it looks like we have another one. So no tornado warnings in Indiana, but definitely something to keep an eye on. It's not technically impossible, even though we don't have a tornado watch up there. It's not technically impossible to get a tornado when you have this high of a shear environment. Let's check into some of our maps. This is out over here near Minneapolis. We are still monitoring for some blizzard conditions. You can see on the bottom right, we have snow streaming across the ground with the heavier winds that are moving into southern Minneapolis. Is Marion County in Alabama going to be okay? If you're in a tornado watch, I'd be watching out for tornadoes. That's just pretty much the bottom line. This is back over here into Clarksville, where we are probably about 30 minutes from the heavier line of storms to come through the area. Sky kind of turning green near Florence. Yeah. Yeah, Huntsville, Alabama does need to be watching out for some for a tornado threat for sure. You guys are under a tornado watch, so just keep your eyes peeled. We'll be keeping you in the know as the storms approach. Rob, I would assume Rob would be on it. Let me check to see if Rob is. Rob McBay. Nah, he's not live. See if Brett Adair is live. Yeah, Brett's not live either. Let me check Live Storms Media. This has just kind of been like a last minute event. I mean, this was like this morning. This was a general thunderstorm risk with no tornado threat. New severe thunderstorm warning for Colbert County. So it looks like Florence is now under a severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to be for Cherokee, Florence, Muscle Shoals. Expect 60-mile-per-hour winds out of this storm. Hail shouldn't be too big of an issue. Strong winds in Hopkinsville. You're watching a webcam right now. Is there a webcam we can watch in Hopkins? Let me just double check. Not that I can see. But you need permission. Oh, okay. Yeah, we can't show that one. And they also extended this severe thunderstorm warning down to include Oak Grove, Trenton, Pincham, and Guthrie as well here. And again, that one's also for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And again, these severe thunderstorm warnings have tornado possible tags on them. It's an area of rotation right here. No debris signature yet. There was a little something earlier. We go back in time. Trying to find it. There's like a brief little signature earlier. But we are still watching this area here. It's near Eagle Way, an area of some tighter circulation that could very well try to produce a brief tornado. And wow, look at over here near Fearsville in Kentucky. Starting to get a little bit tighter circulation there as well. I'm surprised none of these have tornado warnings, to be honest. A little bit surprised. Yeah, get this on another camera. I gotta fix that. Want to get that camera up. For now, we'll just We'll do this camera. Oh no, we'll go back over to Clarksville since they're about to get their storm. There we go. Sorry about that. Could certainly be a brief tornado trying to develop. Yeah. Yeah, near Hope, Indiana, we've been keeping an eye on that area as well. Broad circulation there right now, and maybe a little bit tighter circulation developing here near Jewel and Petersville. That's almost, that's pretty close to tornadic or tornado warning criteria. Also, a little surge of wind happening here near Morristown and Gwynville, Indiana. Oops. All right, let's see if we have any new posts. Let's see here. Wow, a lot of new posts. All right. Mandy says, getting ready to rain here. Super warm for December. Yeah, it's going to be staying like that for a while. Clear and cool here in Jacksonville, Arkansas. Thank you, Justin. Welcome, welcome. Michael Patrick says, howdy from Louisiana. Can you hear me? Yes, we can't really hear. North Grandma says it's dark. You don't say. It definitely looks dark. Thanks for letting us know. Thank you, Gun, for it's saying heavy wind there. And Michael says he misses Hannah from Wolf City. It's a good thing we haven't seen her. And Dude Cat says rain has picked up intensity for a few minutes in Winston-Salem. Thank you guys. Again, all these reports are helpful. They are helpful. Yeah, let's go back and check in on these Mississippi storms. Yeah, we've been seeing some decent rotation on these storms for a while. They're just below the threshold for a tornado warning over here in Philadelphia, Mississippi, but we're still keeping an eye on those storms in particular. And then back over here south of Starkville, we have a couple areas of rotation here as well, heading up towards Crawford and Brooksville. They're near Columbus. Okay, I think I fixed. I think I fixed the camera problem here. So let me come over. And check it out. Oh, it's still not letting me click on it. That's annoying. Oops. Hold on. Let's change this guy. Do we have Alabama cameras working? Don't think so. Yeah, Alabama is weird about sharing their camera information. If only we had a storm chaser in the area. We'll get a camera going up in Columbus, as they should be seeing some thunderstorms down there. Anything for Central City? It's heavy rain and wind. Yes, heavy rain and wind. They did just issue a new severe thunderstorm warning over here near Dunmore. You see Central City is just north of that. Not seeing any dangerous rotation where you guys are right now. So I think you guys will be all right. There's some heavier rain and wind like you were reporting. Hazcam. I can't use Hazcam Florence. Can't use any of the Hazcams in Alabama, I found out. What city is that near NASCAR? Can I use Brad Arnold? We can use Brad Arnold, yes. He is quite expensive, though. I think he's $80 an hour. Why is Alabama so weird? I don't know. Alabama is just a weird state in general, especially our legislators. They do weird stuff. He goes live in 5 minutes. All right. $80 an hour is quite a lot, but I just might do it. Let me use the restroom real quick. All right. Thank you for being patient. I am back. All right. Looks like our storm is about to push into Florence here in just a little bit. Little area of rotation back over here near Cherokee as well. About to pull just south of Cherokee and probably head towards Tuscumbia and Sheffield. Nothing to be overly concerned about yet with that one, though. Just a little bit of rotation. Come back over here towards Philadelphia. Yeah, so not a whole lot has changed there. Still a decent area of rotation here north and east of Union. No debris signature yet, so we don't think there's a tornado on the ground just yet. And also, we've had a severe thunderstorm warning issued up here into southern Indiana. That's going to be for New Pekin, Indiana. There also a broad area of circulation over there near Fredericksburg. That is got a tornado possible tag on it. So be watching out for the potential for some tornadic activity with that portion of the line there. They also just extended our severe thunderstorm warning for this part of our line for 60-mile-per-hour winds into Lewisburg and Russellville here into southern Kentucky. And it'll probably push into Bowling Green eventually. Am I going to add radar sites to the app? I'm not sure. I'm still not exactly sure how nerdy I want to get with this app. We do have models on it, though. Let me see if the HRRR model is working. No, it's not. I don't know why. I have to fix the HRRR model. But we do have the GFS model working at least. You can see it's a global model, so we can get I'm going to be adding a bunch of models over the next couple of days. But let's see here. Rotation in Columbia. You got to tell me what state if you're going to ask questions. Patrick says cold and windy and snowy, and my ankle is the size of a baseball. Are you the one that broke your ankle? That's concerning. It has been super dry here in North Carolina, so the rain is appreciated. Nice. Well, there you go. Get you some rain. Get you some moisture. Some plants probably dead because it's cold, but you've seen a good bit of lightning in Oxford. Yeah, that makes sense. Like down in parts of Mississippi probably have the most lightning. Yeah. Dixon, Tennessee. Let me see where isn't Dixon like where Dixon is. Dixon, Tennessee. Yeah, you guys just got hit by a line of storms, but that should be it. After that calms down, you might have another line after that, but that should be it after that. Looks like over here near Florence, we do have still this severe thunderstorm warning ongoing. Still not quite there yet, but that's the latest across the board here. In terms of severe thunderstorms, I do want to come and get try to get some cameras closer to Tennessee. In the Nashville area. Yeah, like right in this area should be just right. There's lightning. Yeah, there's lightning heading into Nashville right now. Tornado developing near Pembroke. Yeah, not seeing a definite debris signature with that, but definitely an area of some tighter circulation was there for a frame or two. Also got another one over here just to the east of Oak Grove here into Kentucky as well, and an area of rotation in between Clifty and Mount Tabor. So still monitoring areas of rotation here in the southern Kentucky area. That's moving towards Elkton and Russellville, Kentucky. Thank you, Christian. I appreciate that. Radar Sites would make it the only app I would need and would definitely pay for monthly or yearly. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of data to process. I just don't know. I don't like it. Does have radar on it, but it's MRMS radar. You can see there's radar, but you can't look at like rotation or anything like that. So I got to figure out what I really want to do with the app in that direction. If that's, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to implement that. That's a pretty complex thing to pull off, but these rotations in Mississippi are not nearly as robust anymore. And that little rotation we spotted near Florence is technically still there, but it's a little bit on the broad side of the equation. Let's come back up here and check in with our friends in Indiana again. Yeah, still monitoring a couple areas of broader circulation. And we have a lot of rotations along this line, just none of them are really at that threshold, except for that one that was near Hopkinsville just a little while ago. North of Florence, Alabama, and Tennessee. You guys are not in a tornado watch, but I would definitely be keeping an eye on this line coming through. Wouldn't be surprised to see eventually a severe thunderstorm warning issued for this northern storm here. All right. Let's check to see. Looks like Dude Cat is saying if you're driving near I-40 near Winston and it points south, it's really foggy, so be careful out there. Thank you for that report. Yeah, if you're near Winston-Salem, North Carolina, watch out. There's a lot of fog out there. Jules says cold and snowy weather off in the distance in the mountains. Thank you. The rotation in Columbia, Tennessee. Let me check Columbia. Columbia, Tennessee. Not seeing any dangerous rotations near Columbia, Tennessee. We do have some storms coming towards the Nashville area, though, that may become severe at some point. Not seeing any dangerous rotations with those, but keeping an eye, definitely keeping an eye on that. Oh, that's you. We'll change your name in Nap. Yeah, change your username. Maybe you should change it to Utah NATO. Like, so you just start the new username change over there. Camera in Cherokee just went super dark. What state is that in? No problem, dude. It's more western than us here. Okay, gotcha. What about Clarksville, Tennessee? Clarksville, Tennessee is about to get hit by a storm here. We actually, here, let me take this camera and put it into Clarksville. We do have a camera that we can watch in the Clarksville area. What it looks like currently in Clarksville, Tennessee. We'll see if there's any lightning. You're in Bowling Green. Should you be worried? I'd definitely be keeping an eye on it. We've seen some rotations up there in Kentucky that are coming, eventually going to come in your way. Yeah, Tuscaloosa needs to be weather aware as well. We've got some supercells that did have some rotation on them earlier, but those have since kind of fizzled. You see, we got broad rotations. Nothing really sticking out to me as dangerous right now, but so you see Tuscaloosa's right here. These are kind of like the supercells that I'm really keeping a close eye on, at least for now in the Alabama region. Other than that, we're not really seeing too much rotation, just some broad circulation over here near Florence with a severe thunderstorm that's bringing in some 60-mile-per-hour winds potentially into the Florence and Muscle Shoals area. Near Fairview. Where's Fairview? Yeah, that's just like some contamination. That doesn't mean anything. All right, let me change this back over to the Nashville cameras. I want to see if I can get a better camera in this area. This one's not bad. I think they will get better as we actually get into Nashville. So I think I might just, yeah. I think I might just go ahead and get one that's in Nashville. We'll just wait for the storm to come. Yeah, the storm over here near Indiana, it does have some rotation, like someone in chat said, but it's a little bit on the broad side still. Definitely still keeping a close eye on it. Right now, it's mainly a severe wind threat, but if that broader circulation can tighten up, you know, that's when we'll start to see like a tornado warning get issued. We are in a tornado watch in Huntsville, Alabama. Yeah. Yeah, you are. You see right there, there's Huntsville and a black polygon there. That is a tornado watch. Just be keeping an eye on it. We're watching it for you guys. We're watching it for everybody. Looks like they just allowed that severe thunderstorm warning to expire here in Indiana. There was rotation near Mayfield. We didn't see any debris or anything like that, so I think they dodged a bullet there. This rotation over here near Hammocksville is looking pretty interesting. That might be a tighter circulation developing here near Hammocksville, heading off to the east towards Pincham there. Latest scan doesn't look as bad. Still some stronger winds, but not as many greens, indicating more of just a damaging wind event. But it did try there for a brief moment. And, you know, that's how it's going to be throughout the day tonight, or throughout the night here, is we're just going to see these little brief circulations try to develop. And they might drop little brief tornadoes. Oh, by the way, on Weather Circle, since we're talking about it, you can do 7-day forecasts in your profile page. If you go to your profile page, you can do 7-day forecasts. And also, you can do forecast for me, which is a 15-minute personal forecast where I go live in app and forecast for your area for 15 minutes. That feature is $10. How about McMinnville, Tennessee? Let me see where McMinnville is. McMinnville, Tennessee. It's going to be a little while before the storms get to you, but I'm thinking more of just a damaging wind threat, unless these storms that are about to move into Nashville start to become more of a tornado threat. Seems like this is becoming our main line, and it's just a big rainy mess there in the Nashville area right now. Not really seeing much rotation. Yeah, it's on iOS and Android. You just got to go, you got to get it on the browser and then press share on the browser. And then you just scroll down until you see add to home screen. Let me see if I can find the post that I did on that. Yeah. So for Weather Circle, for iOS, you do add to home screen, you press the share button. And on Android, you tap the top 3 buttons and you press install app. And it just takes it from the browser into a mobile app, and there's no browser. It functions exactly like a mobile app, and you can turn on like post notifications and all of that, and you get notified when stuff happens in app. Thanks for coming on. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for tuning in. Sorry, it's always got to be like during crappy weather. North Alabama area, yeah, we're watching you guys closely. Don't worry. You guys are under a tornado watch. Keeping an eye on this storm near Florence. Thankfully, no strong rotations or tight rotations to note. But definitely some stronger winds coming into Florence, Alabama. Further down to the south, we have been monitoring some stronger rotations down here, but these storms are kind of congealing into a line, and there still is a little bit of rotation over here near DeWasse and Cleveland, Mississippi, that'll eventually start to move towards like the Tuscaloosa area. But so far, we haven't seen anything in like the last 30 minutes. So it definitely seems to kind of be on a brief downtrend here as it crosses over the Alabama-Mississippi line. But there are still enough ingredients to support tornado threat, which is why there is a tornado watch. Is Clarksville clear now? Yeah, I'd say you guys are good to go. What it looks like there in the Clarksville area. Wow, actually pretty strong winds. Never mind. Hunkered down for just a little bit longer. And thank you, Robbie, for the $4. Thank you so much. Look at this. Thank you, Plain Weather. I appreciate that. Is Weather Circle free to sign in? Yes. Weather Circle is free to sign in. The models, the MRMS radar, the chatting is free. The only thing that's not is the personal forecasts. And also, if you want to post photos and videos, you got to pay $5 a month because that's a lot of data to store, and storing data costs money. How fast is the line moving? In Kentucky, it's moving to the east at 45 miles per hour. So it's moving pretty quick. In Alabama, though, our line is moving also at 45 miles per hour. So the line in general is moving at 45 miles per hour. Is Bowling Green clear? Not yet. You guys still have a severe warned portion of your storm that's coming your way, and it's going to look a lot like this. Just windy and rainy with some gusts getting close to 60 miles per hour. This is almost severe weather capabilities here in Clarksville. Freezing pipes last week, tornado watch tonight. Facts. Definitely what Mother Nature is suffering from bipolarism this winter. But what did we say about all those wacky forecasts claiming for record snow in December for like large portions of the United States? And now we're about to be in Torchmas. It just goes to show, you know, even when the teleconnections try to line up, you know, it just can't fully predict that far out. We did get some cold, though. We did get a cold blast. We did get one. And some areas have gotten some above average snowfall. But a lot of folks have barely gotten any. there's a lot of I would say more people than not that are still pretty sad this year when it comes to the amount of snow that they have in their area. That just goes to show, that's why I'm here, to just kind of remind you guys, don't take those forecasts seriously. They don't mean anything. They're just guesses. All right, let's see here. Let's come back over here to Florence. Yeah, maybe a little bit of extra rotation starting to happen over here near Smithsonian, here in northwestern Alabama. Still mainly, though, a damaging wind threat. Further on down to the south, heading towards DeKalb. Maybe a little bit more rotation here near Cleveland. Is this their closest radar? No. Yeah, near Cleveland, just to the west of Cleveland. Still a little bit of rotation there. But nothing really sticking out to me as like super tornadic. So we're still kind of in the same environment. High winds just hit Clarksville. Yeah, we watched that live. They're still coming through. Nolensville, Tennessee. Here we have a camera near Nolensville. This is what it looks like out of Nashville. Here we go. Actually, let's do this. Let's put this on a 4 camera grid. Grid view 4, back to map. And we'll get a couple of cameras. We'll go near Franklin. Oops. We'll go downtown Nashville. We'll go more eastern or western Nashville. And then we'll go more like southeastern near like Smyrna. You're always on YouTube because local news and weather is horrible. Yeah. I mean, just news in general is just really hit the crapper, man. Really hit the crapper. Seems like everybody's trying to one-up themselves on who can be the scariest. And it's just stupid. In my opinion. Some people like the hype and all that kind of stuff, but I friggin' hate it. I think it's annoying. Maybe some stronger winds starting to develop here near Columbus. Might be getting a severe thunderstorm warning soon with this storm. Thank you for going live. No problem. Do you get tornado warning notifications on Weather Circle? Not sure. Like we had a post from Sandy on the Hangout. Oh my goodness. And we got a dog photo. Sandy says, hold on, let me bring this up. Sandy says, made it home, heavy rain, poor visibility, and windy. Thank you for the update. And we got a pupper photo to look at. That dog is mean mugging. I'm gonna zoom all the way into his face. I'm sure he's a nice dog, but man, he looks pissed. Was he chewing on that shoe? We have a chaser in Ohio. Who, Blondie? Yeah. Thank you so much for Patrick for sharing that. Your dog hates you. It looks like he does. Yeah, Patrick's up here in Wisconsin. Also got a flood warning in Oregon. Watch out for that. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Give you a little follow. It's a cute puppers. Another flood warning in Washington County, Oregon now. Let's come back here and check on our latest. Oh, wow. Okay, things are getting a little bit more serious out over here near Old Volney, Cave Springs, and Keysburg. Got a couple areas. This one down here, maybe even a brief tornado trying to happen here near Whip-Poor-Will, near Russellville, Kentucky. Yeah, these are definitely some concerning rotations. Near Olmsted, like right there near Old Volney, and another one south of Whip-Poor-Will, and another one over here near Darnell. Really got to watch these closely. The northern one. I mean, there is kind of a signal there. It's just not visible enough. But maybe it was down very briefly. Again, these QLCS tornadoes are really hard to spot on radar, but I wouldn't rule out a brief tornado with any of these circulations. So that goes for Keysburg, just north and east of Olmsted, and just south of Whippoorwill. All need to be watching out for those brief tornadoes. They're not going to be like those super strong ones that like rip the roof off of your house, but they're definitely going to cause some damage. Let's come back over here and check in on Nashville. Looks like we're still getting some decent rain. Not a whole lot of lightning, though. Yeah, let me see if we still got... Yeah, we still got blowing snow over here in Minnesota near Minneapolis. Look at that in the bottom right. All this is in the blizzard warning, but it's just outside of the blizzard warning. Yeah, I think that could have been a brief tornado there. I do agree with that, Ratatouille. It was just there for such a brief moment, which is probably why they haven't thrown a warning on it. But you know, would it be illogical to just put a tornado warning this big on this? Probably not. You know, I would support it just in case, because again, these tornadoes happen real quick. And broad rotation in Tennessee. Let me check. Nothing really to note in terms of dangerous rotations, but definitely a stronger line of thunderstorms is about to impact Nashville. And I wouldn't even be able to be surprised if we got some flood warnings. I mean, there's a lot of rain that's kind of training over this area. The good news is that our line is moving relatively quickly. So that should keep the flash flood warnings at a minimum. But yeah, this one over here near Keysburg, still keeping an eye on it. The one that might have had a tornado on the ground north of Ferguson, I'm not seeing a debris signature there anymore, but it did potentially have a brief one back over here south of Daysville. And then I'm still watching this storm near Olmsted that's moving off to the east towards Oakville, Kentucky. And again, this is just south of Russellville, Kentucky. Let's come check back over here in Weather Circle. We got any new posts? No new posts. No new reports. Let me just do a refresh to make sure. Yeah. No new reports. We'll keep checking back in on the app to see if people post anything. Do I think the tornado potential will head into London and Corbin? Let me see. London. I'm thinking that's Tennessee, right? Yeah. Probably not. No. Once this hits the mountains, that's really going to break up these storms. Hi from Huntsville. Hello, hello. Welcome in, neighbor. I wouldn't necessarily call it a snooze fest. I mean, we've had a tornado warning at the beginning of the stream, and we might have just had a brief tornado over here just to the west of Russellville. So not a complete snooze fest. Do tornadoes have a potential to be strong? No, not really. I mean, I wouldn't 100% rule it out ever, especially when you have this much wind shear. You can get just the right storm interactions, but it's a pretty darn low chance for a strong tornado, in my opinion. Let's check back over here in our tornado watch. You know, it's been crazy. We've been looking over in Kentucky, but our tornado watch is down here. It just sometimes happens like that. Still monitoring a couple areas here. This storm is maturing a little bit here near Union, Mississippi. Keeping an eye on that. See, it is developing an inflow there, but it's also got some clustering issues potentially developing. We have this storm over here near Columbus that has some very broad circulation. Watching for that to tighten. This is near Columbus, Mississippi. Further up to the north, our severe thunderstorm warning still continues over here for Florence, Alabama, where we are expecting still the potential for some 60-mile-per-hour winds to blow through. And a little bit further up to the north, we have this severe thunderstorm warning with a couple areas of circulation that we are still monitoring for these little brief tornadoes. Like this little guy here, south of Cave Springs, another one over there, south of Cave Springs, heading towards Oakville. And then this guy over here near Keysburg. So we get a lot of little circulations. That's the story right now. And any one of those, especially in Kentucky, could be producing little brief tornadoes that unfortunately we might not always catch on radar. Are the storms getting stronger or weakening in Tennessee? They are, I would say they're kind of the same intensity as they've been. The heavy rain, maybe some thunder and lightning. Like this is the view out here in Nashville. We got a 4-cam view of different parts of Nashville. And as you can see, that camera on the top left is shaking a bit, indicating some stronger wind. Oh, wow. Hey, look at the top left camera. Definitely some stronger wind there. So yeah, I mean, that's what we're expecting, you know, 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts. Oh, and there's some lightning there as well. Not too certain on the tornado threat though. Hold on, folks. I'm going to go refill my water. I am back. It's very windy behind the storm system as well. Yeah. Muscle Shoals is in the house. Let me check. Yes, sir. And there's Muscle Shoals right there. You guys got a line of storms coming. Not seeing much of a tornado threat right now. But you do have a little area of rotation down in near the Russellville area. A little bit further south. Nothing overly concerning yet, but definitely something to keep an eye on. Does seem like the shear is increasing down here a bit as the storms are interacting a little bit more with the wind shear. Blondie sent a DM. Let me check it out. Yeah, let me make sure I have that up. Derp. We have a chaser in Ohio we can use. It says video is private. Clarksville, we lost power. Uh-oh. Are there any tornado warnings or a watch? No tornado warnings in Clarksville. And in fact, the worst of it should be done. Looks like, yeah. So here's a camera in Clarksville. At least in this area, there's still power, but you might live in somewhere else in Clarksville that lost power. Yeah, the worst of it should be done, but it's still going to be windy behind this line of storms. Yeah, let me check in on that. Let's go check back in with these storms. It looks like most of our velocity signatures have kind of petered out. There is still some stronger winds coming into Oakville. Not seeing any sign of a tornado debris signature, though. Again, we might have had a brief tornado west of Russellville earlier. It was unwarned, but they typically don't warn them when they're super brief. New severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like they are extending it out into Bowling Green, Auburn, Plano, and Franklin. All need to be indoors and away from windows now. This is a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. 60-mile-per-hour winds are also possible with our storm. All right, let's come back and check in. See if we have any more storm reports on Weather Circle. All right. Looks like somebody's saying it's gusting to 50 miles per hour here in Windsor, Ontario. Over here in Ontario, Thomas is reporting gusts of up to 50 miles per hour, which that might be in Michigan right now as well. Thank you for that report. We've got a cat photo here from Sandy. Here is her cat. This is Oreo, 19 years old. My goodness. Is that old for a cat? Do cats normally live to be that old? That seems impressive. Thanks for sharing that. And then, yeah, it looks like we're getting a report. Someone lost power in Palmyra, Tennessee for a few minutes. And wind picking up in the southwest part of Virginia near the lake. Okay, thank you. So wind picking up over here in Virginia near the lake where Rena is. Thank you for the reports, guys. See, I'm telling you, this app is going to change the world. I am confident. It's going to make a difference. Never before have we had real-time storm reports and a map-based app that is public. Lots of lane lightning northbound from Muscle Shoals towards Columbia, Tennessee. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so we're getting reports of rain and lightning in between Columbia and Florence. When will Bowling Green be clear? You guys just got hit by your first little bit. And then you get a second little bit that's probably a little bit more tornadic heading your way, but those rotations have simmered down quite a bit, but still some 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible with this backside line that's about to move through Bowling Green and Franklin. You got deep snow up here. Hey, trust me, snow's a lot better than severe weather. People be losing power and, you know, these little brief tornadoes that we might not be catching here, you know, on our radar scans. They cause damage. They're usually not too bad, but it's usually like a couple trees down, stuff like that. Like a fence blown over. That's the kind of tornadoes we're expecting today. It looks like they allowed a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings to expire down here. We got definitely a strengthening inflow on this storm here. North and west of Newton. We'll see if that storm ends up doing anything. But that is the latest. Looks like Florence is about to get the brunt of our storm here, probably within the next 10 minutes. By the way, folks, if you're wondering how you can make storm reports on Weather Circle, you can join with the link on the pinned comment. And also thank you, Wendy, for gifting 10 memberships. I missed that somehow, but thank you so much for gifting that. You guys got a gifted membership from Wendy. Make sure you're thanking her in the chat. Is this an all-nighter? No, likely not. Lost power. So we're getting a report that someone lost power in Athens, Alabama. Thank you for that report. Is Antioch, Tennessee going to get storms? Let's see where Antioch is. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. This is what the current conditions are going into Nashville. And as you can see on our top left, that's the area that's probably getting impacted by our line right now. Actually, let's change our cameras here. I want to go more central Nashville because that part of the line is moving in. We'll do here because this is probably under it right now. Oh yeah, look at that. We'll do that. Oh, what did I do? Did I screw it up? Oh, there it goes. And hold. There we go. Yeah, like some pretty strong winds up there in Wisconsin for sure. Yeah, especially off the lake. Thank you, Chris, for subscribing. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see here. Just want to double check in on our radar imagery out here. Yeah, it looks like we're still seeing some weak rotations across the board. Some stronger winds pushing into Ashburn, Tennessee there in northern Tennessee. Near Nashville, no indications of rotation there, but definitely some heavier rain and wind is going to be making it through there. Muscle Shoals, couple areas here, some broader circulation near Russellville. We have a couple mini supercells right out here near like the Hackleburg area. Not seeing anything like super concerning, no debris signatures, no tight rotations yet. So I'm still not overly concerned about that, but that is definitely something, an area that I'm going to continue to keep an eye on, and still a strong inflow trying to develop on our storm here near Conehatta. So we just got an extension of our severe thunderstorm warning, now including parts of Russellville and Moulton, Alabama. This is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds as that moves off to the east. What about Birmingham? You guys aren't in the tornado watch, but if we do start to see tornadic activity increase, they might extend it into Birmingham later on tonight. Near northern Kentucky. Let me check that out. Yeah, a little circulation there. Not sure. Yeah. Little circulation here south and east of Elizabeth. Maybe even a little debris signature there. That might be one of those brief little tornadoes we were talking about being possible here. Let me just double check our timestamps. Make sure they're lining up. Yeah, that could be a brief tornado just north and west of Fishtown. About to head into like Valley Station, Kentucky. Could be a little brief tornado there. Again, it's hard to tell given just how usually how brief these tornadoes can be, but definitely be sheltered. Clarksville, south of downtown. Yeah, Clarksville is good. Bowling Green. Yeah, Bowling Green is still got some time before the storms come through, but about 5 to 10 minutes. I'm probably going to start to experience some of those 60-mile-per-hour winds. Athens, Alabama. Yeah, you guys still need to be weather aware. We do have rotations developing to your west that we're keeping an eye on. Nothing super concerning yet, but we are definitely, like, out of all the storms near Alabama right now, these ones have the most consistent areas of rotation. Just none of them are pressing right now. But we are watching it. So yeah, you still got about an hour before these storms enter into Athens. Extremely dry conditions and gusts of up to 105 miles per hour have prompted a particularly dangerous situation, red flag warning for Colorado, including Denver, Boulder Metro. Hear this. Do we have the Colorado cams? Yes, we do. Near Denver. Not windy on that camera. Maybe go back towards like Boulder more. Yeah, we'll monitor that situation. If a fire does break out, well, I mean, we got cameras in the area, but let me know, help, if you hear of any fires that break out in that area. Yeah, 105 mile per hour wind gusts. It's the mountains squeezing that wind down to the surface over there. Storm radio went from a tornado watch to a tornado warning in Athens. No tornado warning in Athens right now, folks. No tornado warning. We are watching some some cells out here, but nothing with enough rotation yet, in my opinion, to prompt a tornado warning. Yeah, 100 mile per hour wind gusts and extremely dry conditions. That is a tinderbox scenario for Denver, Colorado Springs, or north of Colorado Springs, and Fort Collins over there in Colorado. An extremely dangerous situation developing over there. We will be keeping an eye on that. Yeah, I really hope they don't get a fire over there as well. That would not be good. We just got a post from somebody in Athens. See what they got to say. In Athens, Alabama. Is Athens, Alabama gonna get tornadoes? It's possible, K's. But you know, it's just one of those things that you need to monitor. It's not something to be freaking out about. Again, our tornado threat isn't super elevated, but it's definitely something that you want to keep an eye out. Blizzard conditions in my area, top of my garage, read a 55 mile per hour wind gust. Wow. Can you post us a video, Patrick, so we can see what the winds are looking like? Thank you for that report. Patrick's over here in Wisconsin, right next to some of these blizzard warnings. We've been monitoring those conditions back over here on this camera. You can see on the bottom right, probably pretty similar conditions to what Patrick is dealing with there, with that snow blowing across the road. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it has been a while. I mean, we do usually get this in winter. Like these really long lines of storms. Thankfully, this one isn't too severely active. We just don't have a whole lot of instability. But every now and then we're getting a storm strong enough to bring those winds that are up in the 850 millibar area down to the surface. So that's why we're seeing sparse severe warnings right now, like over here near Bowling Green and Franklin, and then back down over here near Russellville and Florence. Yeah, you can see that line. It's pretty crazy. It extends all the way from Michigan down through Ohio, through Indiana, through Kentucky, down through Tennessee, into Alabama. All the way down into Louisiana, technically, if you count these storms. That's a big friggin' line. Gotta make sure I turn this off. There we go. All right, let's come back in and check in on some of our rotations. Not seeing anything too crazy over here near Franklin. This one, it looks a little bit more intense with this radar though. Yeah, I would be watching this rotation near Franklin and Orlinda. Come back up to the north where we might have had a brief tornado earlier. Yeah, it looks like that's too close to the radar there to tell. But wait until that passes through that area. Let's come back here in Nashville just to make sure nothing's really changing out here. These are the current conditions. In downtown Nashville, looks like the main bulk of the rain and wind, though, has moved through this area. Let's go ahead and change this more to this area of Nashville. There we go. This is the next area that's in the path of this line of storms heading into Nashville, or heading out of Nashville into more of like Lakewood, Mount Juliet, Berlinda City, and Suggs Creek. Huntsville, yeah, we're keeping an eye on Huntsville. Radcliffe, let me check that out. Yeah, that's in the clear air. That is not a debris signature. See how this is clear air, no reflectivity. When you get a debris signature, typically you want to confirm it with at least green to like a little bit yellow reflectivity, or DBZ amounts that are, you know, in the 20s and 30s at a minimum. So that is not a debris signature. Although, this up here is interesting. That looks like a tighter area of circulation. We're pretty close to this radar. We've definitely got a hook over here near Main Ridge Road and some rotation here. That could be a tornado there. I cannot confirm it though. The data is just too shaky right here, but there does appear to maybe be a debris signature there, but I can't tell for certain. That is definitely an area that, you know, it wouldn't hurt to have a tornado warning for. So if you live over there near Fort Knox and Picks Point, over here in Kentucky, this is just south of the border of Kentucky and Indiana, just south of Louisville. Got an area here of some tighter rotation. Can't quite tell if that's a tornado though, but it certainly could be. So I would definitely treat it like it's one, just in case. Better to be safe than sorry. Russellville, as far as I can tell, it looks like this severe thunderstorm warning is still ongoing here in Alabama for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let me read the latest information. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 7:30 p.m. CST. So it looks like they're going to keep that up for another hour. Heading into Russellville, Town Creek, Moulton, and Rogersville. Florence is getting potentially some 60-mile-per-hour winds right now. Unfortunately, I don't have a camera in that area. Let me just double check. We got another new post in Alabama from Colt Wet WX. No weather report, but they said I 100% love this app. Thank you. Patrick says, I'll see if they are still strong after dinner. Remember, oh yeah, don't do that. Have someone take the camera and take a video for you. And then Winston-Salem guy, Winston-Salem guy says, I can remember when I lived in central New York State, the lake effect snow would basically cause mini blizzards that sucked driving in. Basically zero visibility. Wow. I don't see his post. Where's he posting from? That's confusing. Oh, well. I don't know why that happened. But yeah, thank you for letting me know that. Posted an update on the winter weather advisory that is in effect for Minneapolis. Ground stops also issued for Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport due to blizzard conditions. Wow. Dangerous conditions out there in Minnesota. Jeez Louise. Yeah, near Minneapolis and St. Paul International Airport. Let me see if we can get a camera view on that. Oh, yeah. Well, there's down there on the bottom right, you can see some pretty strong winds there. But I want to see if we can get closer to the airport, because apparently we are getting ground stops. I'll replace this camera here. Where's the airport at? Let me try to find it on weather-wise. Like right around this area. There's New Hope. Brooklyn Center. We're looking for Brooklyn Center and New Hope. There's Brooklyn Park, Maple Grove. Okay, so it should be like here. This is about as close as we can get. Doesn't look too bad. But I'm sure the winds just above the surface are pretty bad too. So that's probably making planes or making it pretty difficult for planes to land and take off. Yeah. We're monitoring the fire situation out over there. PDS, particularly dangerous fire situation, has been declared over here near Denver, Colorado, that we're keeping an eye on. We got a bunch of cams around that area. If something does end up happening, we'll take a look at it. Jeez Louise. Apparently, Y'allbot has a debris detected thumbnail right now. Still. That was like 30 to 40 minutes ago. Let me just double check that. Is it still on there? Y'all be wild in, bro. No, it's not. It's not still on there. MSP Airport is south of Mall of America. Okay, thank you. Yeah, in terms of stronger rotations, not really seeing anything right now, just some stronger winds, probably pushing into Goodlettsville if I had to guess. I wouldn't be surprised if they did. This is in northern Tennessee, Wouldn't be surprised if they did issue like a severe thunderstorm warning, because it does look like we're getting a little bit of a rush here of some stronger winds on the backside here. Maybe another round of some stronger winds in Nashville. Let me get let's get our cameras in Nashville back over to the western portion of Nashville, as I want to keep my eyes on that little push of wind. Here. Then here. Yeah, we'll see what that wind's like. We'll try to get ahead of it to let the folks in Nashville know what that wind is like. It looks pretty interesting. You can see it's we're definitely getting a pretty decent gust here of some wind on the leading edge. Could be anywhere from 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. And check back up here in Kentucky, where we've been monitoring some circulations. It looks like most of them are gone at this point. But a line of storms is about to come into Elizabethtown. Stronger thunderstorms still for Louisville, Crestwood, and Jeffersontown is going to be after that. And down over here in Alabama, thankfully, the little bit of rotation we did see back here, all of that has fizzled, but we're still watching out for some 60 mile per hour winds moving through Florence and still about to push into Russellville. And then over here north of Meridian, Mississippi, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning, and pretty decent area of rotation here near Little Rock and Hubbard. Look at this. That's a little couplet. No debris signature. Let me check the timing on our frames. Yeah, that all lines up. That might get tornado warned soon if that sticks like that. I would say it reaches my criteria. You live in Raleigh, Mississippi? Where's Raleigh? Oh, yeah. You got a couple pop-up thunderstorms around you, but they're not maturing due to the lack of forcing down here. Most of our forcing is up here and along our cold front. Ah. Can't delete this. I have to refresh the app. Lights went off, but came storming bad here in Florence. Lights went off and came back on. Okay, thank you so much. Still some decent rotation here. Might have a little bit of side lobe contamination here, but I still think there's some legitimate rotation there. That's scary here in Franklin, Kentucky. Power went out. Interesting. Yeah, Franklin. Yeah, you guys are under that severe thunderstorm warning. Just went through Bowling Green and Franklin. The good news is that the worst of it is over. So if your power is still on, it should stay on. But it does look like we are getting some reports of power outages over here near Franklin, Kentucky. Got a little scared in Hohenwald, Tennessee. Heavy wind. Yeah. Yeah, we've been getting a lot of reports of some, it's not very constant, but, you know, these storms are producing some 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts here, especially near Columbia, Franklin, and Nashville. And we're monitoring to see, it seems like, yeah, look at that on the bottom left. That little wave of wind is coming in, and it's got a little bit of power. Look at that. You see the wind streaming across on the bottom left? So yeah, it definitely seems like we can confirm another little push here of some higher wind for Nashville, Tennessee. Yeah, on the bottom left camera, you can see those stronger winds there. Starting to see it a little bit on the top right camera too. Nothing too crazy, but I mean, that's decently strong wind. You can see how it's streaming across the road like that. That's at least 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts. Here, I'll full screen it here for a second. You see how it streams across the road like that? That is definitely an indication of some stronger wind. Looks like we're getting reports that Gallatin is losing power, and also reports that we have strong wind in Florence, Alabama, which lines up with what our radar is saying here. So let's go check back in on Nashville here for just a second. Yeah, you can see these winds right here. That is what we're seeing on that one camera. That's what's about to blow into northern Nashville. Might just get central Nashville there. Surprised there's not a severe thunderstorm warning on that. That's pretty close to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. And then back down here in Florence, we are still getting this stronger line of storms come through. And it's about to make it into Russellville and Littleville. After that, it's going to be Town Creek, Hatton, Rogersville, Moulton. Gallatin, Tennessee. Yeah, Gallatin, Tennessee is getting the first little push. There's another little push, though, of some wind behind that. So if you're already losing power, might even see more widespread power outages in Gatlin, Tennessee. You'd say we had around 2 to 3 potential tornadoes. Yeah, that's what we've seen so far. They haven't been like 100% confirmable, but we did see one that, especially over here, I think it was like west of Russellville, no, near Elkton, that looked a little bit more consistent. It was only there for about a scan, but yeah, I would say 2 to 3 is a good estimate. Flash flood threat developing in northern Tennessee. Okay, thank you. Let me see if we can get some numbers on that. Yeah, about 2 inches of rain here near Portland, Tennessee, which has fallen pretty quickly, although the rain should subside. Let me just make sure our line is still moving. Yeah, I mean, it should subside. I would say it's a pretty minimal flash flood threat, but technically you could say that it does exist. A brief tornado is still a tornado. Yes, it is still a tornado. Our power went out 30 minutes ago in Hebron, just from some rain and 10 to 20 mile per hour winds. Sounds like you have infrastructure very similar to mine. Let's look at a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm down here in Mississippi, east of Decatur. Looks like this rotation is getting a little bit more blocky here, indicating probably a little bit more radar contamination. But 60 mile per hour winds is still possible over there near Martin and Collinsville. And for like Tuscaloosa, Alabama, the good news is that those thunderstorms we were monitoring earlier in the day kind of fallen apart, at least in terms of their rotation. So I'm not too concerned as of right now in terms of the tornado potential down there. It does seem like a lot of these storms are elevated at the moment, which is a good signal for no tornadoes. Tennessee update. Our line in Tennessee is currently passing through Gallatin, Nashville. Strongest winds are probably pushing into this area right now. Also some heavier wind and rain heading into Columbia. Next in line is going to be Shelbyville, Lynchburg, Cookeville, and Livingston after it comes through Nashville. This is what it looks like out there in the Nashville area, where we are seeing multiple areas, especially on these cameras, of some stronger winds. Like down over here, you can see this is near Burley Parkway and Centennial Boulevard. See our camera is shaking. We've had some stronger winds, and they still continue here. And then back over here near Briley Parkway and County Hospital Road, we are also seeing those stronger winds push in as well. We've been seeing them on radar. Potentially could be gusting up to 50 miles per hour, and in some maybe isolated instances could be getting up into those 60-mile-per-hour wind amounts. And thank you, Warrior, for the $50 donation. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate you too. Thank you so much. That's a huge help out to the channel. Huge help out to the channel. So thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. It's been quiet. So that really goes a long way in helping fund the things that we do. We don't do any sponsors. You know, we've been talking about Weather Circle a lot, and you might be thinking, Evan, you've been doing sponsors all day. But guys, I made this app. So I'm sponsoring myself. There's a lot of storms. Yeah. I mean, this line extends all the way from Michigan down into basically Louisiana. It's just a very long line of storms, wind. We've got some snow happening up here near Wisconsin and some blizzard warnings in effect up there. And then back over here near Colorado, we have a PDS fire weather warning. We're still looking to see if anything happens over there with that. Apparently 105-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible over there. He's heading towards Moulton, Alabama. Rotation is happening. Brad Arnold. Oh, Rob McBay is live. We got a storm chaser. We've got a storm chaser in Alabama.
A little behind the scenes.
Rob McBay is officially live. Let's see where he is. Oh yeah, he's over here. So all the folks near Huntsville that are curious about what this storm is all about, we got Rob McBay en route. He is in Athens, Alabama, and he is heading towards our storm. Let's listen in for a brief moment.
Scottsboro today, right on the water, working on a gigantic house. Oh, dude, it was immaculate. It's probably 10,000 square feet. I don't know how many bedrooms. 3 full floors.
What's he talking about?
Elevator in it. It's crazy. All right, we've just had a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to cover just the northern part of the county here, parts of Lauderdale and Limestone up to the Tennessee state line. That's also going to be right on the coast. That's not going to include Madison County, I don't think.
Near Denver, Mitch.
MCD has been issued for this location.
So yeah, we got Rob McBay out about to show us what it's like in this severe thunderstorm warning that is over here near Florence. He's in Athens. He's making his way over there. Yeah, not seeing any rotation on any of these storms right now near the Russellville, Florence area. Nothing that's really sticking out to me as concerning. But they did just issue a new severe thunderstorm warning here for Rogersville, Athens, and Elkmont. And it looks like they finally issued a severe thunderstorm warning over here in Nashville for this little area of wind that we've been tracking here. So that's going to be for Gallatin there in Tennessee. Like we said earlier, you guys should probably watch out for the second little wave of wind. And it looks like they have put a severe thunderstorm warning out there for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let's go ahead and update our cameras to get out and Galveston. Oh, wow. Look at this camera. You see those winds really moving across the road here. This is still in eastern Tennessee there. Or not eastern. That's western Nashville. Sorry. Let's go over. Oh, no. These warnings, I can't click on these. I need to fix that. I need to fix that. I guess we'll just get it here from Goodlettsville. Right under where the storm is currently. Sorry about this. It doesn't seem like these bottom cameras are working. We will keep our eye on that. New mesoscale discussion. Let me check that out. Here's our new mesoscale discussion. This is for mainly here in parts of Alabama, including Demopolis, Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Coleman, Decatur, Huntsville, Shelbyville, and Lawrenceburg here in Tennessee, parts of Mississippi, and mainly central to northern Alabama. We're talking about a limited tornado and locally possible and locally strong gust threats remain possible. So still a tornado threat possible is what they're saying. Secondary line may be the greatest threat. I don't really think so. No, I think it's going to be mainly I think our remainder tornado threat is still going to exist down here in Alabama, and this crashing cold front that we are currently seeing pushing down into the south and east. When you get these big pushes of cold air and a strong shear environment, that can cause some spin up tornadoes. So I'm really watching wherever we get those pushing gust fronts, and we do have one here just to the east of Goodlettsville, about to head into Gallatin. I'm not seeing any circulations right now, but I'm keeping a close eye on it. A little update. Looks like they're going to allow the severe thunderstorm warning near Bowling Green to expire. Maybe a little area of rotation over here near Brownington. That could be close to producing one of those really weak and brief tornadoes there. I would keep an eye on that down the line there near Cox Creek and Fairfield. And it's just to the south and east of Louisville. And then we have another area of some interesting rotation here near Hodgenville, south of Tooneyville. Got to keep a close eye on that guy as well. It's about to move into Hodgenville, heading towards Arthurtonville as well. Yeah, that crashing cold front, that cold front's really starting to crash and bring some potentially stronger winds as well. And some broader circulation starting to develop here south and east of Lawrenceburg and south and west of Pulaski, heading into Good Springs. It's not concerning yet, but something to note. And yeah, that's about all that's on my radar. I do want to check back in on this storm in Meridian, north of Meridian, Mississippi. Still a little area of rotation there. Still not overly concerned about that though. It's still pretty weak. Circulation span, really still in Indiana. Let me check. Yeah, it's kind of, I think that's some sort of contamination from this radar. You don't really see it as much. So I think that was more some contamination there. You can usually see that when a line of thunderstorms is elevated. That's typically what it looks like. Rain and wind in Florence is insane. Interesting. Let's see if we have any reports on that. Is there anybody in Florence that has any reports on our storms? feel free to post. Oh, we got a video on Weather Circle. This is actually the first video, I think, ever to be posted on Weather Circle. Can I make it big screen? Oh. Some snow up in Wisconsin.
Not as bad as they were.
I think it'll do better over here.
Not as bad as they were.
Yeah. Definitely some windier conditions and some nice snow. But as he said, it's not as bad as it was earlier. So it looks like those blizzard conditions up there are getting a little bit less concerning. Did Rob McBay lose? I think Rob McBay lost service. One of our storm chasers. Thank you for reporting that. Also, rain is steady but not heavy, says the Winston-Salem guy. North Grandma says, there's a deer in my yard. Post a pic. Levi's saying, another update, it's getting rainier. I think it's about to start raining hard. Yeah, definitely see some heavier precipitation to the west of you, Levi. So yeah, if that actually ends up hitting you, might get some of the heaviest precipitation you've seen so far today. Thanks for the reports, guys. I do appreciate it. I thank you, Orrin Wilson, for being a member for 7 months. Didn't even know we had weather alerts today. We're swimming here in Evansville, but no storms. My homies down south say safe. Thanks for that. We will try to stay safe. Having an adventure today? She sure is. So work on your browser. Yeah, it's called Weather Circle. It's the link is pinned in the chat. We'd love to have you over here. It's a great app. You can make public reports. You can post reports inside your local warnings. Like if you lived in Athens and you had a bunch of neighbors in Athens, you guys could be chatting about this severe thunderstorm warning and what you guys are seeing. Like I couldn't technically post in this because I don't live in this warning polygon, but I could see what you guys were posting about. And, you know, and that would help people in like Huntsville down the line who get impacted by the storm later on. They'd be able to look at what you guys are talking about in warnings and they'd be able to see what was coming their way. That's the dream of the app. We don't quite have enough people on the app yet, but when we do, I think it's going to be really cool to see that interaction in those storm reports really get the word out about what these storms are capable of doing. All right, let's come back over here towards Nashville. Checking in our little wind. Yeah, stronger winds are now crashing into Gallatin, now near LaGuardia and Cairo. We're talking about the potential for 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's eventually going to be moving into Hartsville and Shady Grove in just a little bit. It's further to the south in southern Nashville, winds aren't as strong, but definitely still some heavier wind and rain possible there. But check back up here in northern Kentucky, where we do still have some circulations. We got one starting to develop over here near Whitfield, no debris signature. This one over here near Cox Creek still looks pretty interesting. No debris signature there yet, but still keeping an eye. Cox Creek should still definitely be keeping an eye on this area of circulation. And then back over here north and east of Hogansville or Hogansville, I'm still watching this area of circulation. It actually looks like it's getting a little bit tighter there on radar. No debris signature yet, but if you live in like Arthurtown, New Haven, and New Hope, I would definitely be keeping a very close eye on that circulation. Bardstown? Were we just looking at that? Near Bardstown? Yeah, we were just looking at that. Yep. Yeah, we're keeping an eye on it. Any chance of a tornado in White House, Tennessee? Let me see where that is. No, you guys are done with the threat for today. We've had some strong winds and rain, even loud thunder in Florence, Alabama. We also had our power go out for about 5 minutes. Interesting. Thank you for the update. In Killen, Where is Killen? Isn't Killen somewhere near Florence? Yeah. Yeah, it looks like the worst is past, but you do still have another round of some heavier rain and showers. Definitely still going to be windy on the backside of this as well. These storms are getting closer to me, folks. Might have to do a little members only video and then I'll pull it up live on stream so you guys can see the members only video. We'll go outside and we'll do a little bit of storm chasing ourselves from the porch. We'll do some porch chasing. You think Athens will get a tornado? I'm pretty doubtful on the tornado threat so far. I'm still monitoring it, but there really hasn't been much of a rotational signature on any of this. Any of these storms in a pretty long time. Our storm chaser's feed has gone down. Let me try finding another camera here. That one doesn't work. Near Lebanon. You can definitely see some wind streaming across the road here as well. Wind shear will carry this event for the next few hours. Yeah, it will. Yeah, I mean that's the only thing that's keeping this storm going is the very strong winds aloft. Buffalo, Kentucky. Where is that? Oh, yeah. Little tight couplet over here near Jericho. Watch out for a brief tornado here north of Jericho. That's a tight couplet. That could easily produce one of those brief tornadoes we've been talking about. So if you live near Jericho Styles and Ginseng, it wouldn't hurt to be in your safe spot. Good spot, help. That's why help is here. Let me go check. I'm seeing this update a little bit more on the website itself. So let me do a refresh on this. It's like Rob is sitting up in Athens currently. Thank you, Gerald, for subscribing. Thank you. Yeah, it's just not working. We'll see if he can get service. If he does, we'll go back to it. Let's come back over to here and get a couple more cameras near like Murfreesboro and Smyrna. Oh wow, look at this camera. Some stronger winds there off of I-40 and Wilson County line. This is near Nashville. All right, so I do want to get one near Smyrna. And the last one I want to get near Lebanon. Let me see if police department. Yeah, we can use this one. Oh, this is a nice one. Look at this. This is the police department here near Lebanon. They got a Christmas light show and a skylight show. Lebanon is about to get hit by that little gust of wind that we've been tracking here. This will get you in the Christmas spirit a little bit. Man, it's crazy how close we are to Christmas. I'll keep that big screen down there so you guys can see a little bit better. Oh, like Rob is back. Let me go get his thing updated. Oh, nope. He was back for only a quick second. Yeah, he's struggling with service, unfortunately. Athens just really isn't a great spot for cellular service, at least the cellular service you need to broadcast. Yeah, a little update here. We'll start off with Ohio. Sydney, Dayton, Hamilton got a line of thunderstorms coming through. No areas of strong rotation, so we're not really worried about tornado up there, but some heavier wind and rain is coming for Lebanon, Mason, Hamilton, Dayton, Sydney, and Pequot there in Ohio. Back over here in Kentucky, we've been monitoring these little tighter areas of circulation. We haven't been able to really see much of a debris signature, but we have had some little areas of tighter rotation develop every now and then along this line, really from Taylorsville all the way down south of Hodgenville, heading towards Campbellsville, Springfield, and Lawrenceburg. So you guys still need to be on the lookout on this second line that's coming through with those little tiny rotations that could lead to brief tornadoes. We're not going to catch all those on radar, so unfortunately, I wouldn't really expect a tornado warning to give you a warning in advance. Also, over here near Smyrna, noticing a little area of rotation starting to develop now near Stone Ridge. Keeping an eye on that. Our gust of wind over here near Gallatin, Tennessee, now moving off to the east near 25, Route 25 there. And that is heading towards Hartsville and Shady Grove. And then we've got some stronger storms, not severe, but 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts possible heading into Smyrna, Murfreesboro, Shelbyville, Fayetteville, and Lynchburg here within the next hour. Moving into northern Alabama, we are still monitoring these severe thunderstorm warnings with the capabilities of producing 60 mile per hour winds. This one to the north is heading into Athens within the next 30 minutes. And then this one over here near Moulton is also about to head into Moulton and Decatur in the next 30 minutes. But the good news about these storms is it does look like they are pretty messy looking, which is usually not too favorable for tornadic activity. Over here north of Meridian, we still have a cell here with some severe thunderstorm warning capabilities heading towards Naval Air Station in Meridian here in Mississippi. If you guys live near here, make sure you're indoors and away from windows. The main threat is going to be those damaging winds. What should we expect in Chattanooga? Just some rain and wind. You guys might get a severe thunderstorm warning. I wouldn't leave that completely off the table. Let me make sure Rob is not live on YouTube with like a better connection. Yeah, he's got a better connection on YouTube. We're just going to use that. This is Rob McBay. He's on YouTube currently. And he is chasing. He's in Athens. So we're about to see what this storm in Athens is all about here. Got to wait for this chat to load on the right side so I can exit out of it. Through Alabama today, there's a small chance. I would give it like a 2 to 5% chance that we see a brief spin up in Alabama, but I'll tell you this, the longer we've been watching it, the less confident I've been that we're actually going to see a tornado in Alabama. But technically speaking, the ingredients are still there. So and thank you, unusual user, for the $1.99 donation. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is Rob McBay here in Athens. It's like it starting to get into some of that heavier rain there. Where's that audio coming from? Oh, it's coming from this browser. All right, let's go check back in on some of our rotations. Okay. Yeah, let's look over here near like Taylorsville and Bloomfield. We have new areas of tighter circulations trying to develop. Keeping an eye on those. This one's going towards Mount Eden, and this one to the south is heading towards Bloomfield. Not seeing a debris signature, so I don't think those are tornadoes on the ground yet. But again, with these little circulations, you can get just really brief tornadoes that sometimes happen so fast that your radar doesn't even catch it. I thank you, unusual user, for a $2 donation saying, what is the weather for Bremen, Georgia tonight? Mainly rain. Let me see where Bremen is exactly, and I can give you a little bit of a better answer. Yeah, definitely some heavier rain at times is possible. You see we got a lot of convection back over here that is moving towards your area. So I would expect rain in the overnight hours, heading into the early morning hours. And thank you, Candace, for becoming a WIMD member. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the Fry family. All right, let's go check back in to see if we have any new reports here on our app. Looks like we got something. Why is her name red? Oh, this is in the, oh, it turns red when they're in. We got multiple posts here. We got people in the tornado watch talking about. They're saying it's getting windy in Tony, Alabama. Thanks for letting us know. This is the first time someone has used the warning chats. Hold on. Let me show you guys. Whoops. Look. Someone is chatting. See, now you wouldn't be able to chat in this if you're not in the warning, but if you are in this warning, you could chat in this. Very interesting. Thank you for sharing that information. Saying Misty in Wisconsin is saying it's kind of windy here. It's had a big gust with no storms. Yeah. I got some pretty strong gradient winds up there in Wisconsin. Looks like Sandy is reporting very heavy rain driving home earlier. Okay. That cute lowly. Gotta chase my chickens getting blown from this storm. All right. Oh, okay. I would ask you to please change your username, but it's whatever. Might get hit with the blizzard. Oh no, sorry. Braden says, test. Hey guys, any storms in my area? Will they be severe? Let me see where you're at. Yeah, Brent, it is possible. As you can see off to your west, you do have a line of storms that's coming, and every now and then they are getting severe warnings. So I would keep your eye on them as they come through. Yeah, that's the latest here on the Weather Circle app. If you guys want to join it, the link is the pinned comment on the chat, and come hang out. This is where you can post all about weather stuff. And as you can see here, a perfect example of how you can, chat with folks that are in the warnings, and give updates about what's happening in your specific area, and talk to neighbors that you might not know, but you guys can, bring those reports to each other. You could have a neighbor a whole street away from you, and you could be getting hit by the hail first, and you post it there, and they might not be getting hail yet, but they'll look at your post and be like, oh, maybe I should be ready for that hail. That's where it's going to be helpful. There you go. That's so cool. The app is working. All right, this over here is in Lebanon, where they're about to get hit by a lot heavier rain here, as a line of thunderstorms is about to push through here with some gusty winds. This is in Lebanon, Tennessee. Pleasant Valley. Okay. Principals reporting active flooding out of school or of the school, requesting help to get things out and stating the school will be closed tomorrow in Pleasant Valley, Oregon. Okay. Thank you for that report. Help. This is Rob McBay, who is live on YouTube currently near Athens, Alabama. listening to what he's saying. Breaking news. Storm chaser burps. Tell your friends, your family. Share this stream. Everybody must know of the epic burp we have just witnessed. Only here on the Evan YouTube channel can you hear burps. Live burps. What's my input for lower middle Tennessee? Near like Lynchburg? Or no, Lewisburg. Where is Lewisburg? It's going to continue to be pretty heavy rain down there, it seems, but where we would see rotations is already past you. So not worried about that for you, but it's going to continue to be very heavy rain, probably for a good couple of minutes, maybe 20 more minutes, and then it should subside, and then you'll be good to go after that. Came for the weather, stayed for the burps. There you go. I do want to check back up here into Kentucky. It looks like a lot of these rotations have fizzled again, but we're going to keep on coming up there and checking on that. That line's about to move into Frankfort. Here more in northern Tennessee, still seeing this strong area of wind, but it looks like it's gotten below severe limits, so that's good. Broader circulation here, but not concerned about that yet for Murfreesboro. Maybe a little bit tighter circulation over here near Holt's Corner. Might have to keep an eye on that if it keeps strengthening. That's just near Chapel Hill, heading towards Christina, Tennessee. Broad areas of circulation further to the south, but nothing really sticking out to me. Same back over here near Athens. Let's check from this radar over here near High Top. Yeah, not seeing anything too crazy in terms of rotation, but still some potentially dangerous wind. Let's go check back over here near Meridian. It looks like the lack of forcing has killed the tornado threat down here. So we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning over here near Lynchburg, Estelle Springs, Winchester, and Fayetteville. That's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Make sure you guys are indoors and away from windows there. Thank you, Iron and Claudio, for subscribing. Did I forget to turn subscriber only mode on? I probably did. Whatever. We'll just... All right, guys, I'm going to force everybody to subscribe to chat. Are you ready? Boom. Now you have to subscribe. You've been sitting here this entire time getting free weather information thinking, I bet you I can get away from this without subscribing. Joke's on you now. Now you have to. I usually turn that on at the beginning of the stream. Oh my gosh. What's going on over here? Look at this storm that's going through Lebanon. This is in Lebanon, Tennessee. Actually, sideways rain. You subbed and it's still free. Yeah, subbing is free, guys. It doesn't cost any money. The joke is on me. Hey, Mama Fry has joined the chat. Hey, Chazzy. How's Alabama looking? Looking, you know, it's definitely windy and rainy. This is our storm chaser that is in the area. It's Rob McBay. He's sitting there in Athens waiting for the storm to come through. Haven't really been able to see the conditions too much yet. But you see, it's not too crazy. It is getting windier, though. You can definitely tell the wind is moving across his screen pretty decently. But the wind is picking up here in Athens. So if you have a shaky infrastructure like mine, you could potentially see some power outages. But it looks like the power is still on in this area. Again, this is Rob McBay on YouTube. He is our local Northern Alabama storm chaser. So if you live in this area and you're not subscribed to him, you're missing out. But yeah, the strongest portions of the storm have not come through Athens yet. No tornado shelter for you yet, Mom. No.
Lightning right there.
It's heckin' windy. Yes, it is. I think that's the most common report we've been getting across the board. And you can see it here in our cameras. It's heckin' windy out there, folks. You can really see it here in Athens now, starting to happen here. Starting to ramp up. Let's watch this for a little bit. It is heckin' windy. That is the best way to describe today. No, this is Athens, Alabama. Or near Athens. I'm not sure if he's directly in Athens or around Athens.
Right now, just want to show you guys this.
Oh, he's got a wind speed.
Speeds right now 15.9 miles an hour.
That's not too bad. Still manageable. He's still not in the core of the storm yet, but it is getting more windy. That we can see. Because earlier it was just like regular raindrops.
17.2.
Okay.
Athens is right in the middle of some mess right now.
So 17.2 mile per hour winds being reported there near the Athens area. As you can see, Athens is not, you got a big old blob of rain to your west. That'll eventually be making it into your area there. And that'll probably be where those severe winds would be. And their radar indicated. So we'll see if that actually ends up happening. Elkmont is right outside of Athens. Yeah. Yeah, there's Elkmont right there. Yeah, you guys are about to get it pretty good up there. You can see you got a line of thunderstorms, pretty decently strong too, about to push through Elkmont. So you could have some up to 60 mile per hour winds. Is the core of the storm near Hillsboro? I think that's Alabama. Hillsboro, Alabama. No? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, the core of the storm is over Hillsboro right now. But you guys got more storms to come. And in fact, maybe a flooding threat developing here. You do have a lot of storms kind of training over the same areas. But once this front kind of pushes through, it'll sweep it out pretty quick. But you might get some minor street flooding in areas that are more prone to it. All right, still got this severe thunderstorm warning up here. I think they're going to be allowing that to expire, though. Just make sure. Yeah, that's gone. But yeah, you can see we do still have a decent gust of wind here. And also over here near Murfreesboro, maybe some broader circulation. Let me get a cam near Murfreesboro. That's never a good sign. That noise is never a good sign. Oh yeah, Murfreesboro is getting some pretty strong winds. There on the bottom left. Starting to come in. All right, let me see what that alert was about. It usually means PDS. Oh no, we get a considerable severe thunderstorm warning back over here near Decatur. So potentially up to 70-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible coming into Decatur, Priceville, and Hartsville. So that is definitely going to increase the chances for some power outages, and also is going to make it a little bit of a higher chance that my stream goes down due to power being gone. What's the camera app I use? It's a custom program. We use an app in-house. It's not public. Yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye on this little area here near Ridgefield. It's not tight circulation yet, but it kind of looks like one of those areas that might try to eke out a tighter rotation. So also maybe seeing some tighter circulation here near Link. No debris signature. I'll be heading towards Christina, Tennessee. If so, mine shelter? No, I wouldn't shelter from 70-mile-per-hour windstorm. I'd shelter from a tornado. Let's go check back in with Rob. Should be getting a little bit more hectic there on his stream in just a little bit. But yeah, I do live in Alabama. Going into Fayetteville. Yeah, I mean, that one's warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Fayetteville's got at least 30 minutes before things get a little dicey. And what is that sound? Is that the wind coming? And that just stream quality. That was a good joke. Alan just came in and said, "Are you from Tennessee? Because you the only 10 I see." He's trying to riz me up. Riz successful. I'm close to where a storm. Okay. It was a small CC drop. Where at? Where are you seeing that? South of Amory, Mississippi. No. These... Oh, yeah. Right there. Yeah. It's just too broad. It's not like maybe like you could make the argument that like this was a brief tornado there, but that's just it's just too messy of a signal to be able to be like 100% sure. But there was definitely a couplet there, which is interesting. But maybe we have to watch this little backside line too for some brief spin ups, which would put Hamilton, Vernon, and Fayetteville and Columbus back in some sort of a threat. But wow, it is starting to get pretty windy over here in Murfreesboro. Look at this. Did I watch the Iron Bowl? No. Wait, yes, I did. Yes, I did. I thought I didn't, but I did. I definitely remember watching it. Auburn did pretty darn good, but they, you know, they just didn't hold in all the way to the end. TC is too spread out. Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing, Kevin. Could have been, though. At the very beginning, it looked interesting. Maybe it was like a brief little spin up and then just threw a bunch of debris out. Yeah, Murfreesboro, I mean, I would make the argument that Murfreesboro, just by what this cam is seeing, should be in like a severe thunderstorm warning. Those are some decently strong winds. Is there anybody in chat from Murfreesboro that can report something? We got somebody south of Murfreesboro. Zombie Girl says rain starting in northern Coffee County, Tennessee. Only two says little windy in Elkmont. That's in Alabama. Thank you for that report. North Grandma is asking if she should tie down her porch goose. It depends on where you are, North Grandma. Where are you at? Yeah, I'd tie it down, especially if you're in higher elevation. You could get some pretty windy gradient winds out of this storm. And thank you, Justin, for the $1. Thank you so much. And welcome, Vince, to the Fry family. Thank you for becoming a WIMD member. And thank you, Justin, for the $2 donation. Thank you so much. Watertown, Tennessee, power flashing and strong winds. Okay, thank you. Getting windy in northern Athens. Yeah. You guys are getting the brunt of it. Let me switch over to our storm chaser that's in that area and see what he's seeing. This is Rob McBay on YouTube. Decent amount of lightning there in Athens too. Thank you, Platinum, for the $1. Thank you. Still no power in Piney Chapel area. Okay, thank you for the update. Starting to rain and pour down in Decatur, Alabama. Awesome. You know, if you are in this chat and you're reporting your current conditions, guys, we have made a perfect app for you to report those conditions, not just with text, but also with photos and videos. So go to that link in the pinned comment above, click on it, and come join us over here at Weather Circle. This is my app. I created it. You do have to pay $5 to be able to post photos and videos, but you can make text chats for free. Look at the MRS radar. We have models. We have satellite overlays. Let's see what we're looking like on the infrared. Yeah, here's what our storm looks like on infrared satellite. We have a lot of cool little features. And we'd love to have you over here making those storm reports. So when I'm not live, people can see what's happening in their areas. Yeah, it's super helpful because not only do we see the report, but we also get to see around where you're located. Don't worry, your personal information is safe. When users zoom in to a certain level, it hides your icon, so nobody can figure that out. So come join us. We'd love to have you. Because I'm not going to be live 24/7, but you guys can make reports there 24/7. All right, let me see. Let me first get my music back up. I do want to check down here in Alabama just to make sure I'm not seeing any dangerous rotations. We're looking pretty good there. But still potentially some 70-mile-per-hour winds heading into Decatur and Priceville, Alabama. Also over here near Lynchburg and Fayette, Estelle Springs, still watching out for that 60-mile-per-hour wind potential. I do think it's only a matter of time before we see this severe thunderstorm warning be extended into my area and also over there into Madison County as well. You can be live 24/7. Bro, I need sleep. A little bit of rotation starting to show up here, still near Short Creek. Not very organized, but again, still keeping a close eye on it for that brief tornado threat. Murfreesboro rotation is still very broad as it moves off to the east. Still some pretty strong winds in the area. That's going to be heading towards Woodbury, Tennessee. Further up to the north, not really seeing too much. Still just some heavier rain into Kentucky. We've had a couple of circulations, but it looks like they have calmed down, at least for the time being. Let's come check back over here south of Cincinnati. Maybe a little bit of rotation over here near Dry Ridge. I have to watch out for a small brief tornado threat there near Dry Ridge. Further up north, though, into Ohio, we're not really worried about a tornado threat, but we are monitoring for some heavier rain. A brief moment of some heavier rain down there near Dayton. And we're also going to be expecting those winds to continue to howl up there due to the gradient winds. Okay, the terminal radar, let me check it. Probably gives us a better view of that little circulation. Yeah, we actually do have a couple of areas here near Dry Ridge. So yeah, that's a little bit of a higher definition view of that rotation we just pointed out. And there is a tight little circulation south of Jericho. So if you live in Dry Ridge, watch out. And also north of Sherman. Could get a brief, quick tornado up there. That would be crazy. This time of year to see a tornado in Ohio. Looks like conditions are going downhill in Athens. Check this out. Is it true tornadoes sound like trains? They kind of do. I guess service is struggling there, but you got the picture. Conditions are worsening down over there in Athens, Alabama. Fortunately, we can't look at CC, but there is a regular radar kind of close where we can check for that. And I'm not seeing anything there, but it wouldn't surprise me if one of these circulations near Crittenden could produce a brief tornado. So just be watching out there near Dry Ridge and Crittenden, there in northern Kentucky, just south of Ohio. Will the storms hit Scottsboro? Yeah, it's pretty high likelihood that you guys are going to get some storms there in Scottsboro. What's the app name? It's called Weather Circle, and the link is in the pinned comment in chat. So if you look at chat, there's a little white box at the top. Just click on that. You'll see the link. Click on there, register, and come join us. Let's see if we got any new posts. Let's see here. Looks like we're getting some new reports. A little windy. Okay, so no rain in my corner of the Midwest. Windy, temps will drop tonight. Possible high of 60 for Christmas. I know it's going to be friggin' hot. Say goodbye to the snow. Extremely dangerous road conditions according to your mom. Okay. Thanks for reporting that. That is up here in Wisconsin, where we're having some pretty strong winds and even airport closures around the Minneapolis area. We did have cams looking at that. See if we can look back over there. And you can see that snow is still blowing on the bottom right. This is in Minneapolis. So dangerous driving conditions with blowing snow, which probably lowering visibility. The Springfield, Missouri potential is getting some insanely windy conditions. Hey, if you could post a video of that, we'd really love to see it. Thank you for that report, though. That is helpful. Yeah, it looks like the winds on the backside of this are going to be pretty darn strong. What if everybody asking about this app is just a bot Evan hired so he could talk about his app more? How did you know that? Who have you been talking to? Tell me your source. Tell me your source right now. We've got a leak. We've got a rat amongst us. Ban him, no witnesses. All right, new little report here out of Lynchburg and Fayetteville. 60-mile-per-hour winds are about to push in here for you guys. And it's 60-mile-per-hour winds heading into Fayetteville and Lynchburg. So watch, keep your eyes on that. Oh, I'm getting a call from my mom, guys. I got to answer. Hello? Hello? I'm watching. Are you watching the stream? Yeah. Yeah, if they extend that southern 70-mile-per-hour wind warning into your area, I'd get into it. So we'll let you know. They should extend it if it still has those winds here in a little bit. I love you too. Stay safe. Tell JoJo Bean I love him. Okay. All right. Bye. Mama's always gonna be mamas. So they just extended that severe thunderstorm warning on the northern side of this into Huntsville, Hazel Green, Fayetteville, Lynchburg, Still Springs, and Winchester. And Mom, if you're watching, that does include you. So it's just a 60-mile-per-hour storm. You don't need to be in your shelter, but I would suggest being indoors and away from windows. And they still have this 70-mile-per-hour wind warning here near Decatur. Let's go check to make sure we're not seeing any rotations. Yeah, not seeing any dangerous rotations down here. It looks like those broader rotations that have been over here in Tennessee are still continuing to be broad. Check back up north. Maybe a little bit of a rotation here heading into Fudge Around. Fudge Around and Find Out here into Tennessee. Let's come back up to Kentucky. Looking pretty good. Just some rain. Looks like the worst is over for Kentucky. Do I think the threat for a tornado in northern Georgia will die down? Yeah, I do. I don't think this is going to last very. I mean, I really do think that our tornado threat for the most part is subsided, but we're going to continue to see those little brief spin ups. So, you know, really anybody from northern Alabama down into like Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, also up into Middle Tennessee. I think Kentucky is about done. There's just not enough instability up there to really, you know, get any real circulations going. I wouldn't completely rule it out. I mean, honestly, if you are just in and around, I mean, just the fact that we are seeing these rotations, oh my gosh, like this far north, I wouldn't let your guard down like anywhere in the line. This is a decent area of rotation there near Atwood. We still have these rotations near Dry Ridge, but this is looking pretty interesting there. That could also be about to produce a brief tornado south of Atwood heading to Kenton. So watch out for that. Let me get a farther away radar view. Yeah, it doesn't really show up on this radar. It's more of this closer radar. Still an area of circulation as of our latest scan. I would respect that storm south of Visalia. Well, Hillsboro. Just depends if they do extend this to the east. Let me see where Hillsboro is. Hillsboro. We already searched this once, but I've already forgotten. Hillsboro, Tennessee. Oh wait, no. I think it was Hillsboro, Alabama. Hillsboro, Alabama. Yeah. Yeah, Hillsboro, Alabama is done for the night, but there's still going to be some stronger winds on the backside of this storm. Let's go check in with our storm chaser up here in northern Alabama. And it still seems pretty windy and rainy here near Athens. I think Don, Cody, and GR Smith for subscribing. Welcome. How's West Georgia looking? I would still, like, if you live in Northwest Georgia, I would expect some severe weather still. Like Lafayette, Somerville, Chatsworth. Not too worried about Woodbury.
Oh man, my butt is wet. Oh, that was a big tree.
Yeah, I mean, Woodbury, you're definitely going to experience some stronger winds depending on your infrastructure. Oh boy, hold on.
Oh, we ran it right on.
Concerning signature has popped up here on our velocities. That is pretty darn close to a tornado there near Fudge Around. Let me see if that's got some contamination to it or has it been gradually developing. No, that makes sense. Yeah, this could be, you know, on the stronger side of rotation. This is some of the stronger rotation we've seen today. Not seeing a debris signature, and it does seem like we are getting some sort of contamination through this area, so that might be that showing up here, but just out of an abundance of caution, I would be in your safe spots there and Fudge Around in Bradyville. Just to be safe. Yeah, still a decent velocity couplet here, tighter rotation heading towards Bergen, but again, I can definitely tell that we have some sort of contamination here in our CC. That might be it making this look stronger than what it is, but just to be better safe than sorry for like Bergen and Bradyville and Parker Hill, I would just be in your safe spots just for a moment until we see that go away. Yeah, back over here into Huntsville, Alabama, and Hazel Green. Our line is approaching. Probably going to be in the Huntsville area within the next 30 minutes. The weather fudged around and found out. It sure did. Don't fudge around. Where is that? It's in Tennessee. Very calm in Haleyville. Thank you for the report. Okay, looks like we got some new posts over here on Weather Circle to check out. Looks like Little Chin is asking, how is it looking for Fayetteville, Tennessee? Fayetteville, which is further south, is in a severe thunderstorm warning. We're expecting 60-mile-per-hour winds. 60-mile-per-hour winds. So as it comes through, you are in that severe thunderstorm warning. You could technically click on it and start chatting here. Maybe there's some other people in the app that are in this warning that can chat with you. You can report down the line so that the folks next in line can get an understanding of what the conditions are out there. But yeah, I mean, expect 60-mile-per-hour winds and maybe some power outages. Tara says, how long is the warnings/watches in Fayette, Alabama going to last? So let me see where Fayette is. Let me search. Fayette. Fay. How do you spell that? Fayette, Alabama. Fayette County, Alabama. The tornado watch probably won't stick around for too much longer, honestly, but you know, you do have some heavy wind and rain about to move into the area. I would definitely, you know, keep an eye on that, just in case you got some like weak trees or something. And I love my Colin 22 says it's windy outside. Thanks for the report. Where's that at? Oh, that's in Madison County. Yeah, I would assume it's getting windy as the storm approaches. All right, let's come check back up here. That area of rotation. Where was it? It was near Fudge Around. Yeah, still a decent little area of rotation there. Still a bit contaminated, but I'm still not seeing a correlation coefficient drop, though. So I'm not seeing a tornado on the ground. We definitely still have a decent area of rotation, still moving towards Parker Hill and Bergen. And you can definitely tell that this has got an embedded supercellular structure there. That rain's wrapping around that rotation pretty efficiently, creating a hook. A little healthy inflow here. That's how the storm eats. Definitely keeping an eye. That's our most concerning storm at this point, south of Woodbury, Tennessee. Wind really picking up here in Hazel Green. Lightning coming in as well. All right, thank you for the report, Alex. Rain and wind is beginning to pick up and hearing loud thunder in Madison. Thank you. That Madison County, Alabama. Anything to worry about down here in Whitwell, Tennessee? Let me check. Yeah, I mean, I'd be keeping your eye on it. It's pretty likely that this severe thunderstorm will make it to you. So expect some 60-mile-per-hour winds. What do we got going on over here?
All right, we're going to do some cleanup right quick. We got multiple trees down in Athens.
Oh, so we got trees down in Athens. This is what's coming towards Huntsville. Wind strong enough to knock down multiple trees. So get ready. Fayetteville's getting hit by the storm right now. We don't have any strong rotations near Fayetteville, but be expecting some winds potentially strong enough to knock down some trees. That's what's happening here. They're clearing out some trees off the road here. Yeah, pretty decent winds coming in. I would say the strongest winds are probably like near the Redstone Arsenal right now, if this radar is correct. Thankfully, still not really seeing much rotation. Just some stronger wind gusts coming into Hazel Green and Huntsville. Man, this little couplet over there, south of Woodbury, still looks pretty interesting. Latest scan, though, not as bad looking. It looks like that rotation has faded quite a bit there. Man, I would not be surprised though if a brief NATO happened with that, if that velocity data was accurate there. They haven't extended this 70-mile-per-hour wind warning. Let me see if they've updated the warning. It still says 70-mile-per-hour winds possible. Oh gosh. Yeah, just east of West Carlston here in Ohio, potentially an area of some decent rotation, about to head into New Carlisle, Ohio. Not sure if we have many people viewing from Ohio, but that is an area of some pretty decent rotation. Honestly, surprised that that is not tornado warned. That might get tornado warned here shortly, though. Yeah, from regular radar, that doesn't really look like much, but from up close, I mean, that is definitely a tighter circulation there. Definitely wouldn't rule out a brief tornado there for New Carlisle, or at least just west of New Carlisle. Anything bad starting like in storms in Arkansas? Not necessarily storms, but we've had some high wind reports in Missouri due to the gradient winds. I wouldn't be surprised if Arkansas got in on a little bit of that. So you might be seeing those winds get a little bit more gusty. Oh, wow. So here's those trees that are down. Look at that. This is in Athens, Alabama. Big tree branch down on the right side of the road there. Also monitoring Franklin, Lincoln, and Moore County, Tennessee for possible tornadic activity. Okay. Yeah, just let me know if you see anything. Hey, thank you, Leela, Mossy, and Boyd for subscribing. Chattanooga, yeah, I mean, it's seeming more likely that Chattanooga will probably get into some sort of severe weather and maybe even a tornado threat. I am starting to notice some couplets trying to develop here north and west of Hazel Green. Not seeing a debris signature, but keeping an eye on these little tiny couplets. They can sometimes produce these little brief tornadoes that don't really show up too well on radar there in northern Madison County. About to cross over 231. Rotation near Tuscaloosa. I can check it out. This is mainly just strong inflow, but yeah, I mean, there is a little bit of rotation there associated with some precipitation. That's interesting. And even like a subtle debris signature there. Let me see how that's yeah, it's not deep enough to be able to confirm tornado, but there is a little couplet there. So that might be something. Could just be some strong RFD, but I will keep monitoring that. Let me check back over here near Meridian. Some of our more southern cells. Yeah, these ones are still struggling, thankfully. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that Tuscaloosa storm. You check on Athens, Alabama. My power went out. Yeah, so this is the conditions here in Athens, and we have some trees down in the area, and that's probably why your power is out. Probably why your power is out. But the worst is over for Athens. It's now starting to move into Hazel Green, Meridianville, and Huntsville. All right, let me use the restroom real quick. I need to. I'll be right back. All right, I can hear the wind is picking up a little bit where I live. I'll make a report on Weather Circle. Oh, not all caps. look at all the locals posting out here. We got Zombie Girl over here south and east of Murfreesboro. I got to refresh the app here to make sure we have the most recent scans from the MRMS. Looks like you're about to get hit. Oh, it looks like she got hit. No power being reported in northern Coffee County. There you go. How's Frankfort, Kentucky looking? Let me find out. Frankfort, Kentucky. Yeah, you guys are on the backside. You'll be fine. Just some extra rain, and that wind will probably pick up on the backside there. Grave Starry says it's cold, windy, and ridiculous in Missouri. Thank you for the update. Patrick says, I'd love to go into the garage and do more sit-down work on my tractor, but the wind and cold are telling me no. Feel that. But you guys are a little bit more used to it up there, but man, it gets any colder than like 50 degrees down here in Alabama. I'm just not going outside. Zombie Girl says lights flashing. Oh no. We're getting a lot of reports out here as these storms come through this area. It's windy outside. Says, I love my calling. Very okay. So yeah, Zombie Girl was reporting all the way until her power went out, unfortunately. Sorry to hear that. How's Gallatin, Tennessee? Let me check that out. Gallatin, Tennessee. I'm spelling that terribly. You guys are good. The worst is past you. Still some heavy rain and wind on the backside, though. You'll probably still be getting wind. All right, update here for northern Alabama. Your severe thunderstorm is now moving in. Still not seeing any dangerous rotations yet, but strong winds are going to be coming through Huntsville, Newmarket, Gurley, Pleasant Grove, Owens Crossroads, and Woodville. So make sure that you guys are prepared for that 60-mile-per-hour winds. We've seen reports of power outages in Athens, and that's going to be coming into the Huntsville Meridian and Owens Crossroads, Gurley, Hampton Cove, and Pleasant Groves area. Back over here in southern Tennessee near Tullahoma, also be expecting some power outages. Still watching for a QLCS threat over here, but still not seeing it develop quite yet. And then further up to the north, then we got another area of rotation developing back over here near Centertown. Watch out for that brief tornado threat there near Centertown. And then further up to the north, let's go check back in on some of those storms in Ohio. Yeah, it looks like that one near New Carlisle has become broadened out, so that's good news. Some stronger winds entering into Waynesville. And then near Cincinnati, it looks like we got another area of potentially some tighter rotation here south of Butler. Again, would not surprise me if something like this could produce one of those brief and weak tornadoes near Boston and Meridian there in northern Kentucky. Keep your eyes on that threat. If you hear train noises, get to your safe spots. How's Huntsville? Well, it's coming. It's in western Huntsville right now, like near the University of Alabama and Universal. And it's about to move into downtown Huntsville, like where the hospital is. And then it's about to go into Montesano after that. Montesano. Yeah, further down to the south near like Birmingham. Let's go check back down near Tuscaloosa again. We did have a little bit of rotation on one of those storms. Yeah, there is still a little bit there, but it's broadened out quite considerably. Still some heavy rain expected for Tuscaloosa. North of that, not really seeing too much, just some heavy rain coming into Jasper. And then over here near Meridian and Livingston, got some heavy rain coming for you guys as well. And also some heavy rain coming into Hattiesburg soon. Yeah, that line officially almost extends down into the Gulf of Mexico now. It goes all the way from the Gulf of Mexico, all the way up into Ohio, even into parts of Michigan. I do want to check up here just in case we don't. Oh, yeah. No mysterious Michigan rotations. Please check Manchester, Tennessee. Our power went out in Beech Grove. Let me check. Manchester, Tennessee. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you guys are getting, I mean, if power's going out, it's possible that, the storm is stronger than what it's warned for, because it's not warned for anything. But if it's strong enough to knock out power, then we might be about to get a new severe thunderstorm warning out over here near McMinnville, heading towards Dunlap and Dayton. Can I check Decatur, Alabama? Yeah, Decatur, Alabama is good to go for the rest of the night. Your tornado threat has subsided. Yeah, Huntsville utilities are reporting an increase in power outages. Okay. Yeah, it looks like we're getting reports now of power outages in the Huntsville area. This is not surprising. A decently strong storm is coming through. I mean, it's warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds, but it wouldn't surprise me if there's some winds hidden in there a little bit stronger than that, given what we've seen in Athens with some of those, with a number of trees down over there. In the mid-Atlantic tomorrow morning, yeah, that's going to mainly be over here near Kill Devil Hills, Havelock, and Beaufort. Low top squall line. Yeah. And if we come over here to the estimated echo tops, or how tall these storms are, I mean, for the type of rain that we're seeing, I mean, usually you would expect to see 60,000 cloud tops, but they're only about 33,000. It just goes to show how low these storms can go. Hey, thank you, Jeff, Rodrigo, Kay, Kelsey, Iron Eagle, Storm, Pursuit, Mike Bray, and Him Kitsune for subscribing. Yeah, Decatur, Alabama is good for the rest of the night. It's going to still be windy, though, on the backside of the storm. Common South Huntsville right now? Really? You must be like south of Lily Flag. Yes, Huntsville's getting hit by the core of the storm. Downtown Huntsville is. And then, Mom, you've probably got like 10 minutes till it gets to you. All right. Looks like we're getting some new posts coming in. I'm still here, just sitting in the dark now. Aw, sorry to hear that. I hope your power comes on soon, zombie girl. How's Huntsville, Alabama looking? Well, you're getting it right now. How about you let us know? We would love to hear some reports from you. Monday, it was low of 14 and high in the mid 30s with snow flurries, and now upper 40s and rain. Yep. This is the kind of weather you would typically expect in like November, but we do have a big warm up coming. How's Cookeville, Tennessee? Husband is in a big rig trying to get down to Shelbyville. Let me check that out for you. Yeah, Cookeville, Tennessee is about to get it good here. No severe thunderstorm warning, but we have seen some pretty heavy downpours, so I would expect traffic to slow down a little bit, but as long as he drives slow and safe, I think he'll get there nice and safe. But it is going to be a bit windy, but I don't think it's going to be the kind of wind that's going to knock over an 18-wheeler. So I think he should be all right. What month would you consider the worst weather appears on? I mean, shoot. You get just the right winter storm, you get everything. Feet of snow, blizzards, tornado warnings. Then those storms make it to the East Coast and bring like 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts up the entire East Coast. Like, those are the storm. I think those are some of the strongest storms that we see in the United States in terms of like widespread impacts. Because with those blizzards, you get millions of power outages. And then with the severe weather, you get millions of power outages. It can add up. Sometimes even worse than a hurricane. We can get some really strong storms in the winter. Though thankfully we haven't had anything like that yet. Hey, Laura. Yes, that was very fun. Thank you for inviting us. You're south of Cookville and it's windy like you wouldn't believe. Thank you for the report. Yeah, it's probably pretty windy out there. Let me go see. Let's go check back in with Tennessee on some of our cameras. Let's check back in. Can we get any cameras near like Winchester is the question. There's Deckard. Yeah, I mean, these ones over here aren't going to be bad if they're well lit. Let me clear some cameras. Well, let's clear all of these off of the grid view. And then we'll just load up a bunch of these at Mont Eagle. Oh, we got traffic over here on I-24. Look at this. Oh, never mind. That was a red light. I think that's a truck weighing statement or station. Never mind. False alarm. New big power outage in northern Huntsville off Memorial Parkway. Okay, so those power outage reports are really coming in here for Huntsville, Alabama. Still Springs? Sure. I'll check that out. Oh, yeah. Yeah, a little area of some strengthening rotation here just north of Deckard. Definitely, if you live near Deckard or north of Deckard, I'd be, monitoring for a brief tornado threat. Again, we're not expecting these to be overly strong, but at the same time, a tornado is a tornado. So I would definitely keep your eye on that threat if you live in that area. Oh my gosh. Look at this over here near Smart. Seems a little blocky, but it does seem like there's some decent rotation over here near Vervilla and Oldwell crossings. I would consider getting in your safe spots there in Smart and Lawson. Surprised, man. We really haven't seen many tornado warnings today. I really feel like there could be more. You just spent a day at the hospital. Sorry about the storms. Your voice, Evan, is so calming. And no storms. Thank you. That's what we try to do here. We try to bring a calming environment, in a media world where it seems like everybody freaks out over every little detail. Like, I'll tell you what's happening, but, man, potentially some really strong winds. Mom, I'd get in your safe spots just in case. Some really strong winds about to enter into like the Cherry Tree, Gurley area. I'm not sure how legitimate that is, but that could be enough to cause some damage. I mean, 90 miles per hour. We're looking 2,000 feet up above the surface. If any of that makes it down to the ground, that could be very strong winds there. So I'd get in your safe spots, Mom. That's going to come very close to you. Tree damage and roof damage out with Rob. Okay, so we're getting reports from Rob on tree damage and roof damage. And that would be over near Athens. Okay, latest scan out over here near Deckard. Looks like it's still broad circulation. Still some stronger winds coming in 60 miles per hour there, though. Is this the same line of the storms coming to Maryland later tonight? Not these storms in particular, but this line up here near like Lexington, that will eventually make it into Maryland. And we have been seeing little spin ups try up here. We had potentially a couple tornadoes earlier associated with this line. Not sure if it's going to do the same thing. The conditions aren't going to be as favorable up in Maryland tomorrow. But it is something technically to watch out for. Little brief tornadoes could happen. Okay, this area here should be about to experience this storm. That's near Winchester. Yeah, power's out in Athens. Yeah. Yeah, Gurley, you know, you guys could be, if this wind data is correct, we might have just had a pretty strong wind gust come through Hampton Cove, Cherry Tree, and that could be coming through Gurley here in just a little bit. I'm not sure how legitimate this is, given that, you know, we're looking about 1,000 feet into the storm itself, almost 2,000 feet. But, you know, if any of that's making it down to the surface, we could be talking about like 70-mile-per-hour winds about to head into Gurley, which could cause a lot of tree damage and power outages. Over 1,000 people without power in the New Market area. Winds definitely over 70 miles per hour. Yeah. Uh-oh. Starting to pick up where I'm at. Had a pretty strong wind gust. Let me go live on my members. Oops. No. That. Members only. Next. Okay, so that should be live there. And then I can bring that over to YouTube. Let me go to my channel. Oh my gosh. Got a little crazy over here too. That. And then I can bring that to here. No, let's not do it there. This one. Okay, give it time. I gotta get rid of this chat. I'm gonna show you guys what it's like out of my area. I'm just south of Madison County. Rotation in the New Market area. No. Actually, yeah. A little bit of rotation in the New Market area. I'll go check that out before I go show you guys the conditions. A little bit of rotation over here in the New Market area. That's going to be moving just north of Larkin. So watch out for that. That could be a brief tornado. All right, let's go see what's going on. Just south of Madison. I'll give you guys a little sneak peek. It's getting a little windy. And cold. The rain is cold. I repeat, the rain is cold. Do not go into the rain. The rain is cold, folks. And it's windy. Oh, It knocked over my trash can. Boo. I am streaming into another stream, yeah, if you remember tuning in. I'm using the members only stream to stream to my main stream, which streaming to YouTube. Yeah, the winds are definitely picking up. And the rain is heavy. Heavy rain. Already ponding on my driveway. Hello. Yeah, these are the conditions just south of Madison. I'm sure it's worse over there in Huntsville as you guys are getting power outages. Hopefully, I don't get a power outage. I just frickin' had one. Yeah. I just wanted to show you guys that really quick. I'm ending the member stream. It's a little sneak peek. Can't hear. Can barely hear. Whatever. I tried. Let me fix this over here. Back to the camera map. And then we'll bring up. But yeah, it's windy and it's very rainy. And very heavy rain. Yeah, I want to get like this camera right here, full screen. See that wind come through. Yeah, it's windy out there, folks. It's like they just extended our severe thunderstorm warning off to the east a little bit. That's going to be for Scottsboro, Sylvania, Rainsville, Fort Payne, Valley Head, Ider, Stevenson, Bridgepoint, Hollywood, Unclaimed Baggage, Pleasant Groves, Woodville, and New Hope. All need to be watching out. Oh my goodness. Could potentially have a brief tornado about to impact Gurley, Alabama. Get in your safe spots. Get in your safe spots there in Gurley, Alabama. It's just a real quick spin up that might produce one of those really quick hitting tornadoes. And that just formed. My goodness. I miss my mom by just like a couple of miles. No debris signature yet, but again, a velocity signature like this, that could easily produce a tornado there. So if you live in Gurley, it's about to get pretty hectic. Let me check elsewhere. Maybe a little area of rotation over here near Roar Cove in Tennessee. Still some heavy wind and rain heading into Sparta. Let me just make sure we don't have any tornadoes. And a little bit of rotation there, a little bit contaminated just to the east of McMinnville. And I hope that doesn't produce. If it does, I might have to go and check it out. I mean, I don't see a debris signature as of our latest scans. So hopefully it didn't produce anything. But again, with those really quick hitting tornadoes, you don't always catch those debris signatures on radar. So really hoping that didn't produce. In Kentucky, yeah, let's go check back in with Kentucky. Yeah, still got some like QLCS type rotations in Southern Ohio going into Brooksville, there into Kentucky as well, but nothing that's like screaming tornado. I wouldn't, let your guard down over there near Georgetown and Maysville. Yeah, it's very like the conditions with this severe thunderstorm warning is definitely high enough to warrant a power outage on my side. So just warning you guys, that I could get a power outage. And if that happens, my stream's going to go down. There's nothing I can do about it. Let me get some water. I'm out of wildness. Getting scared because of all the wind? Are you getting scared because of all the wind? Power flickering in Greensboro. Okay, thank you for the report. Kind of nervous. I mean, to be honest, power outages are probably going to continue to happen with this line of storms. And it wouldn't be surprising if it made it all the way into Georgia. So he's got a new severe thunderstorm warning out over in Tennessee. This one over here near McMinnville for 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be heading towards Spencer, Tennessee. Yeah, look at these winds coming into High Top, Alabama, potentially over 60 miles per hour. I'm wondering if Gurley got hit pretty hard there. And it looks like the core of the winds are going to be coming into my area too in a little bit. Well, DeKalb County. Let me see where that is. DeKalb County, Alabama. Well, you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. We've been getting power outages with this storm, so I would definitely be at least prepared for some minor power outages. Hopefully they don't last too long. That was probably 75 to 85 mile per hour winds. Yeah, in Gurley. Yeah, I would say. And maybe even a brief spin up tornado. Unfortunately. All right, let's go see if we have any reports on Weather Circle. All right, let's see here. Okay, got some rain and wind, says West. Where is that at? Oh, we got another person up in Wisconsin reporting on stuff. Where's West at? Probably down in here. Oh, we had another person use the warning chat. Oh yeah, they're still talking out in the look at this. People are reporting. See, this is how it's supposed to work, folks. This is so cool. So see, they're in this tornado watch and they're reporting what is happening in their area. And so now people down the line, they know that that's coming their way. That's so cool to see it in action. Just the way that I dreamed it. Oh, look, it does give notifications. I thought I programmed that in. All right, let's see here. All right, so thank you for that report. Report from husband, traffic is dead stop. Trees are down. That is out over just south of Murfreesboro. So we're getting reports of trees down and traffic at a dead stop near Murfreesboro. Blizzard of 93 is the worst I can recall when I lived upstate. Oh, wow. Thanks for that. Very windy here in Glen Flora, Wisconsin. That's up here near where Patrick is. He's chatting in his little warning area here. How's not help posting in there? Shouldn't be allowed to do that. Huh. Maybe there's a problem with the geofencing. Might have to look at that. Let's see here. Pouring down rain observed by storm spotter Brandon Scott. Okay. And it's raining little with 20 to 30 mile per hour wind gusts. Very human. That's from Colt, who lives over north of Gadsden. But thank you for those reports. We together are spreading the word about weather like never before. Thank you guys so much for participating in my app. You gonna answer my question? What was the question? Was it in here? Will there be anything at Fort Wayne? Let me see. Fort Wayne. I'm guessing Indiana? No, you guys are done. Wind, though, is still possible. Maybe get hit with the circulation next to it. There is this seems to be like some sort of glitch. I'm not sure if that's a circulation or just strong winds, but this radar has gone down before with winds like this before. What's the name of this app? It's called Weather Circle, and if you go to the pinned the little white thing at the top of the chat and click on it, you'll see the link to join. Come on over. We'd love to see your storm reports. And also you can get personal forecasts, live personal forecasts. Pretty windy here. Yeah, I bet. Well, all right, guys. I think I'm going to head off. We've been live for a pretty long time, and I am getting real hungry. So I'm going to get off and eat some food. After I eat, I may come back on if something's happening, other than like this severe thunderstorm warning. But I am hungry and famished, and I need to eat. But yeah, you know, if you want to keep track of the storm, again, you know, Weather Circle. Again, this not some random. You guys know me. We don't do sponsors or anything like that. But this is actually my app. All right. So come out, hang out here, and chat about what's happening. Because again, you'll be getting those on the ground reports through the app, right where you live. If you have someone that lives near there, or you could be reporting. So. Again, thank you guys not only for watching this stream, but also supporting the app. I do appreciate it. Welcome to all the new members. Thank you guys for continuing to help me do this as full time. I appreciate it very much. And yeah, I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your night. If you're still out in front of this line, just make sure that you are staying weather aware as the line comes through. But again, thank you guys so much. I'll be back if need be. After I eat, but I gotta eat some food, folks. Gotta eat some food. But all right, take it easy. See you later. Oh wait, let's hold on. Let's raid Rob. Let me see if I can raid Rob. As he's there live in the area in northern Alabama. Let me see if I can raid him. He might not have it enabled. Give me a second. I have to do it with the link. Please tell me he has it enabled. Please, I would really love to raid him. I mean, he does so much work in northern Alabama and spreading the word about storms, but he does not get the attention he deserves. I really hope we can raid him. Oh, we can. All right, we're gonna raid Rob. Everybody go over there and give him a huge shout out and like and subscribe to his channel, especially if you live in northern Alabama. This guy always goes live when there's weather in our area. He's a good dude, and he's also interested in the science of everything. I mean, he's got a wind measurer in his car, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, I'm gonna end the stream. It's gonna redirect you guys to his stream, and yeah, show him a bunch of support. Peace.